Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the world of Avalon. Hope you all are having a lovely evening. Hope you all are having a wonderful week. So, there is tension rising in the world of Avalon. As the doomsday clock continues to tick down, we are stuck once again in a position to where the Wanderers are having to choose between what is important and what can wait. It's going to be interesting, considering that with a team member now wounded and out of commission for the meantime, actually their moral standpoint is out of commission. It's going to be interesting to see how they're going to proceed with their tasks at hand. But who knows? Maybe something along the lines of what Krachinos is going to have to do would fix it.
Wow.
The plane of time is a very interesting area, and with deals being struck with the 9, I wonder what is going to happen next. Let's go ahead and jump back into the chat with everybody else and see how things are going.
It's only a 4-way split.
Technically, it's only a 4-way split because if you don't include Opal, and technically William is.
William is also in for Reese.
Well, he's technically handicapped at the moment.
Okay, I'm glad you guys gave context a little bit. I was about to say, why is there a 4-way going on with Opal? What is happening?
4-way split, but
Oh
God. Every time we're having a serious conversation and he comes in at the wrong part.
that's beautiful, though.
So, ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot of shit going on in the world today.
Yes.
I couldn't tell.
And if you guys also heard, Rusty and Jacob are joining us today. I need them for a little bit of roleplay to start off with. But we could go ahead and jump into the world and explain to everybody what the hell is going on. Current moment in time, tensions are high. As I explained in my chat before, the Wanderers are in the middle of trying to decide what is more important. They know they have to train. They know they have to get stronger to take the Trial of Heroes. With 412 days left on the Doomsday Clock, the biggest concern is if they're going to be strong enough in time. However, the biggest crutch I would say that you guys have right now is that one of your teammates is now fully out of commission. Which, of course,
tends to happen.
Which, of course, upset a lot of people. And some decisions were made that weren't the wisest. But
Agreed.
we'll see how things play out. As we last left off, the party decided to go about their own ways and do a little bit of training with each other. Squish and Morgan stayed behind in Faris with the 9 as they planned to be trained under their wings. Noctis decided to go to the Varrock School of Magic to train with Krachinos a bit more. However, Noctis, you spent a little bit of time in the Castle of Algaroth before you were transferred over to the School of Magic to actually train under Yoko, who, if you remember, is the Oracle of Magic.
Yes.
Krachinos, unfortunately, explained to you that you are going to be under Yoko's wing for this time because he is busy working with Alamorn, who is being rather difficult with him, but he's helping him figure out how to use the ethereal compass that you gave him in order to navigate through the Aether and to locate specific points within the plane of time.
So I'm currently in Elgaroth.
You are currently in Varrock.
Okay, so I'm okay.
You would be there in Algaroth for like a couple of days, so yeah, maybe you're still in Algaroth. Opal decided to head back to the cathedral, and she wanted to repent for her disagreement with the cycle, and to try and gain some of her authority back within the cathedral of Algaroth. Meanwhile, Elysia traveled all the way to Father Dur to, I'm assuming, get some crafting finished?
Also, I'm training with Fafnir, who is currently a higher level than I am.
Correct. So, my question to all of you is that Kratronos explained to Noctis, who I would assume messaged everybody, and said, hey, Kratronos needs some time to figure out how to use this compass. Do we want to take the risk and go into the plane of time, or do we want to wait for him to learn how to use this compass?
Squish would say, wait.
Morgan also says wait.
Well, the two of you probably wouldn't be told because you're not going to be there.
Well, that
Oh, yeah,
depends.
that's right.
Noctis, do you want to tell Morgan and Squish with what's happening?
Regardless of our differences, they're part of the party, so I might as well tell them regardless.
So you would explain to us that you are going to the plane of time?
I would have told you. Well, I remember at the end of the last session we did, I did mention that we should keep this between the four of us.
Yes.
Yeah, he did say
Okay.
that.
Yeah, then I'll just do.
It's up
that
to you.
specifically. I'll keep it between whoever needs to be kept between. Wait, who's the four of us?
It is
Me.
you, Noctis, Opal. Actually, yes.
Alicia, Noctis, Opal, Kratronos.
Yeah. It's technically three of you. Three of the party members.
Yeah, three of the party members and Kratronos.
Alright. So only Alicia and Opal know then.
Yeah, I would say wait.
Alright.
Very well. Opal also agrees with the idea of waiting, just for the sake of your own safety. So, meanwhile, while all of this is happening, we are going to take a quick detour into the throne room of Faris. As the party is just split up, and Opal's little meltdown occurred, and Hino has dragged Squish and Morgan back into her throne room, where she is met with Eve, Max, and Walter. Hino is very distressed. She's pacing back and forth in between, back and forth in the throne room, and she does not look very happy. Max and Eve, you guys are fully well aware of what happened.
Hey, boss. Maybe you should calm down a bit. We don't need another repeat of last time.
As much as I'm remaining calm, Max, I appreciate the concern. However, this isn't the ideal situation. This wasn't supposed to go exactly how it was. I did everything I could to both save the teammate, save Mr. Glickman, and getting rid of Naticula at the same time. There was no way she was going to let him out alive otherwise. I did nothing wrong. It's their arrogance as to why they are acting like this. And with that, now we are down 3 members, technically 4. And yet, they still have to train. Oh, where are they going to get even better training than with us?
It is quite troublesome. But there's not much we could do about it now. These two still need training.
Perhaps it would be better to train these two, and then maybe they would be able to convince the others that working with the 9 would be a better option, ma'am.
Just remember, you did all that you could. What goes on through their mind is of their own accord.
I mean, we knew Naticula would poke her head out eventually.
I wasn't expecting her to be doing it once Hagenti got out. Of course, he would go and
Yes.
search for help, considering how weak of a demon lord he is.
Squish did not think demon lords work together.
They're
They
usually
normally don't.
They're usually not. However, when they do have a common interest, then of course they would do their best to join their forces.
Well, I did not think a Naticula would actually have the memories of the other Naticula.
Demon Lord spirits do manage to communicate with each other past realities.
Hmm.
It is also it is possible that we were within the Avalon's crystal sphere when we invaded her realm. Well, your choice of words, ma'am, is not the best. We didn't necessarily invade her land. At the end, we certainly made it look like we invaded. But that brings us back to the situation in front of us. You two. Obviously, your heads are in the right spot. And I, for one, must applaud you for actually thinking straight.
As far as this goes, our group likes to pride ourselves on individual. What's the word I'm looking for?
Ideals?
Autonomy? Either one works. What they choose to do, I choose not to deal with, as for it's not my problem.
Unfortunately, that mindset is going to get you all killed. As much as I understand that you all want to prove yourselves and be strong enough on your own, teamwork is very, very much needed, especially going up against an enemy like this.
Well, don't get me wrong, I do agree with you. And when push comes to shove, we do work as a team. Albeit a very bad one. But it's still a team.
Well, that still doesn't help the fact that you are still here, and you are here to accept our training. I must warn you, though. Several hundred other people have tried training underneath us. No
Let's
one
not
made it
talk
through.
about me.
No one made it through.
I was quite traumatized by that day.
We value strength, and we will tap into even the darkest pits of your being in order to draw that strength out. It will not be easy.
If it wasn't a challenge, we wouldn't get stronger.
No time like present.
Very well, then. In that case, then, at the same time, you would also technically becoming citizens of our organization. Meaning you will be granted citizenship here in Faris. What this basically entitles, and she's going to reach into her bag and pull out 2 scrolls and use her telekinesis to send them to you guys. What these scrolls entitle is a contract. This isn't a demonic contract. It's not going to bind your souls to me as a demon lord. No. This is a simple written contract that is saying that as a citizen of Faris, you work for us, the 9. What that entitles is that any information at the current moment, any information you hear here on this continent stays on this continent. Any information regarding the Nine or the inside workings of the Nine, or in any sense and judgment of betrayal of the Nine, will get you killed. However, there are parts in that contract that are blank. Those parts are regarding where you want to see yourself if you were to rise in the ranks of the Nine. Seeing as if you are already the citizen proclaimed heroes of Avalon, she quotes that, you obviously already have a higher standing than, say, an average citizen here in Faris. You will, of course, be taking orders from not only me, but any of my heads. And if you prove yourselves worthy, you would be eligible for what are considered promotions, for example. So, I will ask you two, where exactly do you want to be placed within our organization?
Ah, that is a good question. Squish want to be on field of battle.
Front lines. Not
More
a very common choice.
Squish want to be more of, I guess the word I'm looking for is combat medic.
In that case, then, you would need training not only in the medical field, but in combat as well. That could be arranged. You would definitely be working a little bit with Tarzer, considering that he is constructing our military. His autonomous creations could use testing as well.
Why does Squish get nervous about that?
And you, Messiah, where do you wish to see yourself?
I pride myself on my ability to not be seen, and I would very much like to gather as much information as possible in regards to anything.
So you wish to be on the informant side. Eve, I believe that is you in Guton's sector.
Yeah, we used to do a lot of that work back at home. We can teach you a couple of things.
If I may, I have already started a source of information gathering for myself.
Really?
Yes.
And I presume that you do have some things to report immediately. To say, set the bar of our expectations.
She would report everything that... what's her name? I forget her first name. Dave, what was her name?
Who?
The owner of the bar.
Alice?
Barkeep.
Our
What was
bar?
that? Yeah.
Alice.
Report everything Alice has told her over the time since she's started gathering information for Morgan to now.
It's really not a lot.
It's not a lot, but it's what she got.
Well, Miss Morgan, the thing about your position entirely is your position comes with a lot of risks, per se. You are going to make a lot of friends, and you are going to be making a lot more enemies. My question for you is, in this field of position, how far are you willing to go?
As far as necessary.
Well then, I believe we do have a task that we could send to you. In that case, then, we will eventually show you. We will show you all, the ropes, basic training to start you off. However, I would probably say after a month's time, I would like you both to take your experiences out into the field and test them. Messiah, your first field assignment. I need information regarding the state of the world. More importantly, I need information about the heads of the political side of this world. I am no fool. I understand that the world very much looks down on the Nine. For reasons beyond my knowledge, I am unsure. Arabella, however, has been digging more and more into the reason why the gods are neglecting her in her powers. I am more worried about Algaroth. I am more worried about Myril. I am more worried about the head kingdoms that run this plane, and the people within those kingdoms. My mother has been telling me that Onaji hasn't been in Algaroth for several weeks. She has been in Myril speaking with Osanya. And I know Krachinos does not like us. I know Krachinos is up to something. What he's up to, I have no idea. Yumari has reported him being in the First Page Grand Library for several months on end.
If memory serves, he was looking into planes. I don't know specifically.
What would a wizard need to be looking into planar magic for?
I do not know the specifics, but the last time I spoke with him, he was explaining the planes. More specifically to Squish.
Well, yeah, Squish asked about planes because that's what Squish do. It was more about Squish's ability to travel between planes.
It must be some sort of big plan that he has then in that case. Very well. Messiah, once your basic training is complete, I'm gonna need more information on Krachinos' plans. If they somehow manage to threaten the well-being of the Nine, I would like to make sure that it's stopped, per se.
And if I deem it to be a threat, how would I get in contact with you?
I shall have Yumari make something similar to my mother's lotus tiles. However, I will only have it bound to the point where you would be able to use it, and to where it would only be sending to one other tile. It would be a unique communication device, so therefore there won't be any suspicion.
Very well.
I will have to let Yumari borrow my Lotus tile first, though, so that way she could study the magic in it. But, Messiah, you will be spending time with Eve for the next month. Squish, I will inform Tarzer about in order to get some of his autonomous creatures ready for combat, per se. As for your medical training, when Arabella feels up for it, she would most likely be able to help you.
Thank you.
So, she's then also going to pull out 2 daggers and then make them float towards you again with her telekinesis. A drop of blood is all that is needed as a signing of those contracts.
Morgan opens up the scroll, pricks her finger, and touches it.
You can see, as your blood touches the parchment, it spreads out. It like spider webs throughout the whole thing, and it glows slightly until it fades into it, and the scroll rolls itself up and goes back. It floats back into Walter's hand now.
Actually, Squish is going to study it with just real quick with detect magic.
Okay. Well, in that case then.
There would clearly be a spell on this, right?
There are several enchantments on this on this contract. Yes.
Okay, I would want to read the enchantments.
Give me a knowledge arcana.
Knowledge Arcana?
Yes. Let's see here. You definitely don't see anything harmful with this. Like, you don't see anything like equivalents to something that would be of great danger to you guys, like say a feeble mind or suggestion or something like that. No, the worst that you see on here is a scrying enchantment.
Ugh.
Okay.
But other than that, there's nothing harmful about these contracts.
All right.
And as you read through the contract, it literally states basically what Hino said, but in a much longer and legal form of it.
Yeah.
Like, you betray the 9, the punishment is death.
Yes.
In any way that the Queen hereby sees as betrayal.
Okay, so specifically what she sees as betrayal. Is there like a form of court or anything like that? I'm looking at it from a political standpoint because Squish is a political figure.
You obviously will be brought before the 9 and be able to state your reasoning for what you did.
Okay.
We're a business.
So,
we are
yeah,
a business. We basically see these contracts as job applications.
Okay.
Each
Morgan
citizen,
doesn't understand any of this.
each citizen of Firis is under one of these contracts.
Yes.
Holy
And
fuck.
The only reason why I'm like taking my time with this is because
You want to make sure you
Squish
don't
would
get
have the
screwed.
physical Squish would have the physical contract in front of him. I
Mhm.
do not, so I have to kind of
Yeah.
work without that contract. So
If there's if you have a question about the contract, feel free to ask.
okay,
But basically, what this contract says is you are considered a underling of the 9. You are considered under fellowship, under out of game. This basically puts you in Hino's leadership because she has mythic leadership.
yes,
So that will put you under her because Max has mythic leadership, and Hino technically owns Max, so all of his followers are her followers. But this has no means of you have to change your god. You don't have to do that.
no, I know that.
You are granted citizenship hereby in Faris. You have free access to enter and exit the continent. And this will also grant you a small benefit to the Nightale organization.
Okay.
AKA discounts.
Yes. And well, considering everything that you've said, Squish would sign.
Okay. Again.
Damn, I really missed out on the Super Savers Club membership card.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
All because you got angry.
Yep. So, again, no, he just thought with his dick more than he thought with his head.
I want to fuck William?
William's here.
I mean, have you seen the man? Anyway.
I mean, true enough.
Anyway, so yep, Squish, you prick your finger, your blood spider webs throughout the thing, flashes light, rolls itself up into Walter's hand. Alright, well, with all the formalities out of the way, Eve and Walter will hereby show you all to your room, and we will begin tomorrow morning.
Okay.
In case
Very
this is
well.
going to any of us next, I'm going to put a shirt on under my sweater real quick. Give me 1 second.
Mm-hmm. So, Brady and Cody, any further questions?
Not
No, I think you
for
cleared
Hino.
everything up.
Not for Hino.
No, on the way to the rooms, Morgan has questions for Eve.
Okay.
Well, while you're doing that, I'll be back.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, Eve will obviously be escorting Morgan probably to an empty room that Eve has right next to hers, since you're technically an underling of Eve. Squish will be escorted by Walter, leaving Hino and Max in the throne room. So, Morgan.
Now, Eve, if I may ask, what exactly does my position entail as far as duties?
Jacob.
Jacob got that ESC and started responding.
He's muted.
Oh, son of a bitch. So I was saying, that's going to be a little bit on the tricky side. We first need to see what you're capable of. And I will actually have Gutan, whenever he's available, assist in assessing you.
Very well.
Basically,
Yeah.
you'll find out tomorrow.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. With all that out of the way, Jacob and Rusty, I don't think I'm going to need you anymore. I appreciate your assistance, but you're
Are you breaking up with them?
you're more than welcome to stick around.
Are you breaking up with them?
All right. So,
Why do you sound worse for wear than them?
all right. So, You guys are then given 1 month of time, which I'm going to be ruling as 30 days. Because Dave, I know you said you needed like 20 something.
I actually mapped
27.
it out. 30 days is exactly enough. I also wanted to ask, since we're spending 30 days, can I make my bigger gun now that I'm in Fathernder, and have help of both the Master Forge Smith as well as Fafnir?
You see, the problem with that is that Fafnir and the Master Forge Master don't dabble in firearms. Like
Fafnir has helped her before.
yeah,
He has, yes.
Fafnir has a little bit of an idea, but his main focus is on like medieval armors and arms and armor.
That's fine. I mean, I was just looking to upgrade the.
If you do have,
make
if
it
you
a bigger caliber.
if you do have an idea, such as making it a bigger caliber, you can pitch the idea to Fafnir, and he can send it to the Markul research facility, and then have them look at it. Because you remember they were working on like different guns and firearms and experimental weaponry.
Okay. I mean, I was just saying because I know last time you let me build it as a 2d6. I wanted to make it the same damage as a double hack butt, which is 2d12.
Right.
Other than that, everything else about the gun would remain the same.
I'd like to imagine that the blueprint names are gun, medium gun, bigger gun, biggest gun.
I'll have to get back to you on that.
Josh.
Okay.
Sure. What's up,
That's fine.
Germany?
I have a list of spells that I would like to research and or add to my list, but there's one specifically that I genuinely do want.
All right. First of all, speak a little louder.
My apologies, I'm a little far from my mic.
That's okay. Couple of spells. Okay. What exactly are those spells?
Well, the one that I but the one that I kind of want the most at the moment is Telepathic Bond.
Okay.
A level 5 wizard spell.
Okay. So if you look on your wizard page, there is a specific criteria you have to meet in order to learn a new spell.
Yes.
If I'm not mistaken, it is like 1d20 plus the spell level. Oh god.
Yeah, I believe it's like 10 plus the spell level.
Intelligence score equal to at least 10 plus the spell level.
Yeah.
Difficulty
So you would
of saving
need to
throw for
have
spell
a
is 10 plus the spell level plus the wizard's intelligence modifier. So 10 plus the spell level is 15 plus your intelligence modifier, which is a 9 question mark?
Well, it says
10.
Let me read it. So it's so actually you need to meet the criteria of the 15, which is in that
Obviously.
case, right?
Yeah, you make that.
And the rest of it is just the difficulty for the saving throw.
Right. So in that case then, wizard spell plus 10 plus the spell level. What's the wizard intelligence modifier? Is 15, 25. You would have to make a knowledge arcana check above a 25.
Gotcha.
Which, for you, you do naturally.
Yep.
So,
That was a 4.
Technically speaking, Germany, with the way that kind of shit works, you could be researching and developing like 13 level spells.
technically, but they don't exist. So, let's see. How many times a day can you do this? I think it's like once a day?
Want a new spell?
Yeah.
I think it goes on the same principle as crafting magic items, which means that he cannot do more than 8 hours of it per day. And I believe it takes an hour per spell level to copy down into a notebook.
Okay, that makes logical sense. But we also have to remember, in that case, then, Jomini would be learning like 30 spells.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Logically,
Jomini,
he can as long as he has access to them.
Here's what I'm going to do. Okay? I want you to roll me... This could backfire really bad on me.
For you or for me?
For me.
You.
This could backfire really bad on me. Roll me 1d20.
1d20. Oh boy.
I'm waiting for a nat 1 right now.
May my brothers in Thigh Hollow watch over me. Hey.
Choose 13 spells to learn.
Let's go.
However, that is going to accumulate as the higher you go up in spells.
What do you
So,
mean?
what I'm going to say is anything beyond 5th level is going to count for 2. So if you want to learn a level 6 spell or a level 7 spell, that's going to be 2 off of that 13 instead of 1.
There is actually a portion of the wizard's page that specifically says about this. Not a number, but he has to spend an hour studying the spell. At the end of the hour, he has to make a spellcraft DC 15 plus the spell's level. And if he specializes in the school, he gets a +2 bonus on the spellcraft check.
Yeah, Brady, he can beat all of those checks naturally.
I was just saying, for
Yeah.
the time-wise.
Yeah, I know. And that's why I was giving him 13 spells. However, any 6th or 7th level spell is going to cost him 2 points out of that 13.
Now, does the telepathic bond, which is the one that I initially want to start with, would that also be 1 or would that be just 2?
If it is a level 5 spell, I will count it as 1.
Alright, so now I have 12 spells to learn.
Yep, so have fun doing that.
Alright, now that I know this spell, is it possible for me to go visit Opal for a moment?
If you want to spend a day out in Algaroth, yeah.
I mean, I'm already in Algaroth, aren't I?
When you start learning your spells, you will be in Varrock.
Ah. Yeah, fuck it, I don't mind. This is a quick trip.
Alright. So yeah, you will eventually go ahead and visit Opal at some point in time.
This is, I'm trying to cast a spell on it. That sounds weird.
I mean, you already did, but...
Wrong kind of spell there, Josh.
I know. I'm guessing you're wanting to permanency a telepathic bond between you and Opal.
Wow, how did you know?
It's kind of obvious, I'm not gonna lie.
Just a tad bit.
Just a tad.
Yeah.
Only a tad.
Just a wee bit.
That is in fact my plan, though.
Alright, yeah, she will be willing to do that.
Sick! Yep, there it is.
Jesus. Yep. Alright, so that's the thing that happened now. So you can literally talk with her at any point in time.
Yep.
It's mostly, I tell her this specifically, this is mostly in the event that you are in some kind of trouble. Since you can't exactly communicate with me outside of me sending you a spell.
She's gonna pat you on the head and say, "Look at you doing us smart."
My intelligence is 25. My intelligence is 31.
Well, damn!
Yeah.
I have a
he is-
higher than average intelligence.
You know what's even, what's really crazy? I know where we're fucking going, and the 3 smartest people are going there.
So, you guys have 1 month. 1 month to kill.
Oh, wait, that's a month. Oh, okay.
That's right, Fafnir's working on your sword.
Yes, my sword would be done within a month.
Yeah, Fafnir would eventually look at Alicia and say, "Oi, can you give this to Squish the next time you see him?"
Sure, of course.
And yeah, he hands you a sword.
Oh, that reminds me. I have something for you.
Me?
And what is it you had for me?
Oh yeah, that's right. It's Brady's character.
I hand you a lotus tile.
Okay.
So this is a tile that we use to communicate between us and some other important people within the world. I figure since you didn't get one when we all did, I would pass one along to you. Definitely use it to keep in touch with you. Being as I only ever get to see you when I come here and have to do stuff.
That is a fair point.
The way it works is you speak the name of the person you wish to speak to into the lotus tile, and then they will answer
When
if
it-
they are able to.
When it shines, it connects to the other tile. Ta-da!
We have Rocky Talkies.
Once again.
Rocky talkie.
Yeah, that was the joke in the
Talkies.
first campaign. They literally took rocks and enchanted them with this enchantment that's on these tiles, and then they used them to communicate. That's where the joke Rocky Talkie comes from.
The first one, it came about when we found one.
Mm-hmm.
We had no idea where it connected to.
Yep. I remember that because I used to whisper sweet nothings into it at night to terrify this poor, lonely, stranded sailor.
Oh,
I remember
Dave.
that.
I just want to remind you. Well, I just want to put this out there. That sword that Fafnir handed you was as big as I am.
Okay.
It's okay, he has ant hole.
You do realize my heavy load is 690 pounds?
It weighs the same as a short sword, so it wouldn't. It's not that. It's just it's.
It would be
Size
a feather
itself.
for Dave.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It is a fucking feather.
All right, so for 1 month, Jomini, you are working on your spells and training with Yoko,
Yoko.
who treats you as if you were a student of the college. She's not a sadist. So you actually have a good experience training.
Darn.
Sad face.
There goes my chances for a dummy, mommy.
She teaches.
I'm pretty sure you have one in the group as it is.
Smite!
Piss off Opal
Not
enough.
who I
She'll
was-
be your Tommy mommy.
Nice.
Not who I was referring to, but okay.
That's not my fucking smite button. What is my smite button bound to? God damn it! There it is.
So that was you with the noise.
Yeah, that was me. Yeah, that was me.
God, I need to rebuild my.
Anyway, yeah, just make sure Opal doesn't hear you say that. So yeah, you are training with Yoko. She goes into a much greater detail with explaining to you how elemental magic, gives you the history of it, how it came to be, and so how to channel it better, and you eventually learn new things about it, and then throughout this time, this is where you would ascend to level 13. This goes for everybody.
Okay.
Opal spends some time, a lot of her time actually, in the Cathedral of Algaroth, doing what she usually does, except goes into a lot greater detail as for studying the Pantheon and understanding how her bond with Pharasma could strengthen her abilities. And she basically spends a lot of time after, of course, she repents for going against the cycle. She just basically spends a lot of time like alone and communing with Pharasma, developing a closer bond with her. And of course, ascends to level 13. Elysia.
Hello.
So besides working under Fafnir's wing and learning more about crafting, Is there anything else you want to do within these 30 days?
I would just be blueprinting bigger and bigger guns until I found one that worked. And then attempting to make it. Other than my other magic crafting that I'm doing.
Fair enough. Alright. Now we're going to get to the interesting part. Squish!
Yes.
When Hino told you that this training is going to be hard, she was not joking. Walter ended up waking you at like 3 in the morning.
Okay, that's not too bad.
And he worked you all day. Every day. Sun up to sundown.
I expected as much.
Started off pretty easy. First couple of days was him observing, what you can do and how you can light up yourself. And he said, all right, cool. So we're going to go for a ride. And
Okay.
he basically took you into the shadow plane.
He took me into the shadow plane.
Yes.
Will I be able to get a rod of shadow plane? Rod
Huh.
attuned to the shadow plane?
He'll allow you.
Okay.
Said he knows that you dabble in planar magic. Sure.
Yes.
So
How many rods do you have now, Cody?
That makes the 4th.
So he sends you into the shadow plane and basically takes you around to different places, testing what you can do in terms of your lights and your powers and such, putting you against like lesser beings of the shadow plane, and basically combating darkness.
Oh, keep in mind you're also immune to the effects of the shadow plane.
Yes, I'm aware.
Yeah.
Okay.
Walter does also notice that as well, which he finds very curious.
Does he quite ask me about it?
No, he doesn't say anything about it. He sees you take on living darkness, like straight on. You just get a simple out of him.
I am whispering, sorry, friends.
Morrigan, I hope you like getting your ass kicked.
It's kind of what she does.
I really hope you like getting your ass kicked, because that's what happened to you for the longest of time. Not only are you going against Eve, who is, by the way, taking it very easy on you, but you are also learning how to use your heightened senses to figure like different places where people could be hiding, especially with Guton being who he is, being the master assassin and highest stealth I could think of. He definitely teaches you a couple of things to listen for sounds of movement, basically heightening your perception in order to find hidden objects or hidden people, for example. And Eve just strengthens you. She just toughens you up. Does everything in her power, pounding the absolute shit out of you until you are just like
Tenderized.
not on the verge of death, but very close to it.
Understandable.
Yeah, play as Jacob says in the chat. Let's play hide and seek with the monkey. Think, monk, think.
Tenderizer activated.
So, the month goes by. Krachinos finally contacts Noctis, Opal, and Alicia. It says, hey, I think I figured out how this compass thing works, and I think we're ready to give this a shot.
Very well. Come get me when you can, please.
Alright, through a string of teleportation, you guys eventually all arrive back at the castle of Algaroth. Krachinos, of course, waits for you at the gates, greets you, and then starts taking you guys down into the chambers where you guys meet Alamorn as well at the gate. Krachinos is explaining to you guys down the way, and he says, it's not exactly precise, but I can get you close enough to where you guys have to be. At the same time, Alamorn and I are going to be monitoring your situation and making sure that you all don't get lost within the time stream. Because if that happens, then there's a good chance that not only will you mess up the timeline, but you will be completely erased from existence.
Would that be past, present, and future?
I'm not entirely sure.
And seeing as it's me, if you erased me from the past, I think this entire plight would have been over with.
Alamor looks up and he says, don't worry. I sort of understand what is going on. I don't know. Altaria just doesn't have a lot of the knowledge of these kinds of things.
Well, he was more war-oriented. If we wanted magic, well, we'd have to talk to Cycrix.
Yeah, and that's definitely not a thing we want to do.
Yeah, no. He's the last person I ever want to see alive.
He's then going to look up at Krachinos. He's going to say, you know, I understand that you're putting a lot of effort, and you're doing this for the sake of Avalon, Krachinos, but I still don't agree with what you're doing. Betraying the Pantheon like this is... it's going to cost not only you, but it's going to hurt them as well. Krachinos is going to then say, well, they understand the risk. They know it's going to piss them off. And quite frankly, if the gods can't see how much of a threat these people are, then, well, they're blind.
I don't think it's so much that the gods don't see them as a threat. More or less, their pact of non-intervention prevents them from actually doing anything meaningful about them.
Truth. But that's the reason why the oracles are here. And which is why I'm applauding you, Miss Florinia, specifically because you are actually doing something about it. Which is why I'm glad that at least 3 of you are on my side. Anyway. I understand that this is going to cause a lot of conflict between you and the rest of your friends. However, we can't let it falter. I know that they made it a bad decision of going with the 9. However, this could also be an opportunity. Because now, you guys have people on the inside. If, by somehow or way, you can convince them to let us know what is going on, or what they're planning, any bit of information would be a help, not only to me, but to everybody who is on our side. You would be doing the citizens of Avalon a great deed.
We'll see what it is that we can do.
You could just see Alamor. You could just see Alamor shake his head as he goes back to fiddling with the controls of the gate.
Not too sure about Squish, but I know that Morgan can be tight-lipped when she wants to be. If for some reason they force their silence, we're not getting anything out of it.
I would expect something like that, especially from Hino. But we'll worry about that later. For now, you all need to prepare yourself. Remember, you are looking for a specific point in history where magic was unrestricted. That is the time frame that you're looking for. You're going to be going back very far. Alamorn's going to look up and he's going to look at you three and say, please do not get lost within the sands of time. He's gonna pull the lever and the portal's gonna open.
Oh, everybody ready?
I'm going to turn around. I'm going to look at Opal and Noctis. I'm going to take both of your hands and I'm going to clasp them together. Whatever the two of you do not get separated from each other.
Don't plan on it.
Opal's gonna reach out and take Alicia's other hand. If you don't want us to get separated, then we're all gonna go together.
Very well.
Triangle.
As you guys approach the portal, you can hear the humming. You can hear the humming of the portal. As Kratronos stops you guys one more time, and he says, "Remember, in and out as quick as possible. We're not supposed to be doing this."
Understood.
And then you three jump in. You are then sent through a vortex. That kind of looks like a mismatch of things like this. Moving at a very high speed. And then soon you guys will eventually see a small light start to gather and grow larger and larger. And then suddenly it'll dim just about the same time that you are within touch of it. And then you guys fall, I would say about 10 feet or so. And you are now in what appears to be a very heavily foggy desert. You land face first in the sand.
I hate sand.
That is a good screen cap, Josh.
It's just...
Actually, I'm going to go ahead and quickly shout to Luna, who captured this screenshot in Destiny 2's Prophecy Dungeon.
I hate sand. It's rough and coarse. It gets in your boots.
Shut up, Anakin.
So, you guys are now in the plane of time. You look around, you see sand dunes everywhere. As far as you can see. You hear the wind wind howling in your ears. However, you don't feel wind. Real quick. The entire plane is blanketed in an eternal fog and vapor. You can see small miasmas of different creatures, some humanoids, some are not, like appearing and appearing and disappearing just a few feet beforehand. Those of you who have low light and even dark vision, you guys have trouble seeing in this place.
Even Matt would have trouble seeing.
Yeah, for the most part, the plane is relatively flat. Though, again, a few sand dunes do appear every now and then. You guys do see what appears to be structures, tiny statues that appear every now and then throughout this vast desert. So, as you stand here, taking in the sight of the plane of time, for in history the very first time, what do you guys do?
We're searching for a point in time where magic is unrestrained, correct?
Yeah. Do we have the planar compass?
No.
Okay.
I'm gonna cast Detect Magic. I'm probably gonna regret this. Gaveo.
You actually sense no magic here.
Which way is forward in time and which way is back?
Is there any landmarks or monuments?
Like I said, there are like small statues that appear every now and then throughout this desert.
I think.
Let's go up to one of these statues and inspect it.
Yes. Is there any what do you call it? Actually, what do the statues even look like to begin with?
I would say they're sort of in a like a diamond pillar. If you were to crack open the top and have a sphere sitting in that open space. And the spheres appear to have like a small white light in the center of it.
Is there any indication that they would be pointing in a certain direction?
No.
Or they were placed in a certain order or no?
No. Well, actually, you know what? Yeah. Just because of how the screenshot is, then yeah. You can see that they are sort of in like a very like zigzagged line. Give me perception rolls. These are going to be high DCs.
I really just roll a 4.
This is damn near a crit.
Ooh, that's a good one, Dave.
Steve is the only one who could challenge me with perception checks.
Yeah, Opal and Noctis unfortunately really didn't get a good roll on those. Dave, you happen to notice that there is a slight pattern as to different points where these monuments are. Some of them are very, very close to each other. Others are like rather a few yards away. And as you happen to look down the line to your left, you see that there are even more pillars, and then some of them are actually even branching off in other directions. And when you look to
If I look to the right,
when you look to your right, you see a few other like maybe 2 or 3 more statues, and then you see nothing beyond that. Hey Jen, thanks for the Twitch Prime sub, much appreciated.
is there a statue right around where we hit the dirt?
So for example, if we were to say that you guys dropped in on this image, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. No, where is Alright, we're going to use Nyx again here. If we were to drop you guys on this image, you guys would have dropped, I would say, right here.
And then if we go up to the first statue that we see, I look to the right, I see like
You
2 to
see
3.
1, 2, 3 statues. But you notice that this statue in particular is sort of like fading in and out. It looks like it's kind of materializing there.
That is our current time, I'm guessing.
Future that has not been yet set. Correct, I believe so.
So we'd have to go
Then the
this way?
ever branching pasts that all led to this one point.
So by that, we would have to go that way.
This is the assumption. Although it could be wrong and they could have fucked up and that is the past and the barely materializing one right there is, well,
Forgotten time.
the start of everything. There are 2 ways to look at this. There's all of the choices and events of the past that culminate to these few stones. Or it's these few stones that branch out into the infinite possibilities. Is there a way that we could glimpse what each one of these represents?
You could go and inspect the statues.
I'm going to go to the one that is materializing currently. I'm going to inspect it.
All right. As you walk up to, it takes you a little bit to traverse the desert and such. You walk up to the statue, and it does look like the rest of the statues that are there. Although, as you go to touch the statue, your hand goes straight through it.
And the other ones I'm capable of touching.
Yes.
Okay.
So, like, if you walk up to this statue here, and you go to touch this statue, and you can feel it is very, very cold. Like, it's not cold to where it hurts, but it's cold enough that it feels like you're touching a solid block of ice. But
And you
the
said
material,
there's little points of light?
the material that this statue is made out of, you don't recognize it. All you know is that it is incredibly, like, almost impossibly smooth. And yes, there is a small circle of light that appears on the face of the sphere.
I'm going to look into the light.
All right. You are then filled with you are then granted with a small black dot in your sight, as if you were looking directly into a flashlight.
Okay. Well, thing's bright. How do we interact with these things? Is there anything on it that may allude to how it's interacted with? Or what it may be?
Opal's gonna nudge Noctis real quick. See if you can do something with magic.
Huh. I'm gonna walk out to it. Detect magic is still up. There's nothing on it, right?
Yep. You can see that this little circle of light is magical. And you could study it for a little bit. and you get a very strong indication of divination magic.
Okay. I'm going to stand close to it.
Speak up a little bit.
I'm going to stand close to it. I'm not yet going to use magic, but I'm going to try to take from William and Morgan, try to meditate my mind into it. I don't know if that makes sense in any way possible.
Give me a knowledge history roll real fast.
Knowledge history. Unexpected, but I was ready. Fuck. That's a low roll.
It's enough.
Oh, sick.
It's enough. You've only seen this a couple of times, especially with the high level casters. You remember seeing them using their magic in order to generate the arcane ribbons, if you remember that.
Mm-hmm.
And how they focused on a center point in front of them. Yoko would have explained this to you, because you are getting up to a point where you are going to be able to use the ribbons pretty soon. And she told you that in order to channel arcane ribbons, it takes a lot of magical power to focus on a center point and then expanding and imagining the ribbons forming around you, to where you can then manipulate the ribbons and line the runes to use the spells.
Okay.
For some reason, that comes into your mind again.
I will attempt to focus my magic power. How the fuck did I confuse those words? I'm gonna attempt to focus my magic power into the circle. So I'm just gonna extend my hand out and attempt to infuse it.
All right, you do get a reaction as the magic circle. You feel your magical energy connecting with the circle, and then taking after Yoko and Krachnos, you bring both of your hands closer enough to where you focus your magic enough, and you expand your hands out to your sides, and the circle opens almost into the shape of a mirror. And Elysia and Opal are now able to see this. You guys are looking into this mirror shape, I would say portal, I guess. I don't really know how to describe this, but it's an ovular shape, and you can see images throughout with it. And in these images, you are actually seeing your guys' fight with Eisen 2.
Oh.
And that's the one that's one step back from the currently materializing one?
Yes, this one right here.
Is there any way I can attempt to do that with the one that's currently materializing?
Elysia, no.
We know that this is recent. I'm going to take a look at the actual materializing one, and I will attempt to do the same.
All right, and you do the same as the portal. You see another portal open. It's not as big, but it shows. As you peer through it, it actually shows Krachinos messing with the the ethereal compass, and Alamorn is frantically, like, in a panic, working around the controls and stuff with the gate. You can't hear it. You can't hear anything, but you can see, like I said, Alamorn is in a slight panic, and you could see Cratchinos channeling magic into the compass.
I have a feeling they either forgot something, or we forgot something, or something went wrong. If this is-
Likely, they're trying to locate where it is that we are, and they're having issues doing so.
Well,
Let's press on. We know that this is now the future. Well,
Yeah.
present, I suppose.
Or present
we have
time.
to go.
So we have to go back. But the question
Do
is,
the-
How far?
how far?
DM, do these statues look different in any way, whether it be in the way that the...
No, they are all identical.
Okay. There's no
Alright.
slight differences in lighting or anything?
No.
Got it.
Well, we know that that one, what's materializing is the present, and it seems to be going back by major events. So, our fight with Eisen 2, the next one after that, which I'm unsure. I don't think it's anything that we did in our time span, but perhaps when got erased from the planes.
Actually, you go to
So we're here, Eisen 2, this one.
you go to this one, and you see Noctis open up the mirror again. You guys see yourself sitting in your classroom, all the way back in session 1.
This was a...
Apparently this was a turning point.
What's this one then? The next one over?
You go back. As you continue down the time
Afraid
stream.
to find out.
You go down the time stream, and you open up this portal, and in here you see two figures that you've never seen before. One is a male and one is a female. The female appears to be very pregnant.
What is their race?
One's a human, and one is an ASMR.
Are you ready to get some closure there, Dave?
Alicia?
I see it.
You don't recognize these figures, I'm assuming.
My face, no, but my mother and father.
God, Spotify is fucking on point right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
The next turning point in history, before the Wanderers first assembled,
This one?
is this: the binding of Hagenti with Alicia. As
And that's the
Alicia,
best one.
as Alicia,
Check.
for the first time in your life, you actually see the faces of your parents.
How long are we able to watch this?
It goes on to where you see your dad drawing the demonic circle. You see him do the ritual. You see the shadowy figure appear, and you see him talking with it. As he gestures back towards your mother, and he's on his knees begging this thing. You then see the shadowy figure snap its fingers, and your mom drops to the ground. You guys continue watching this for the longest time, and you come to realize that whatever the shadowy figure did, it immediately sent your mother into labor. You guys basically watch Alicia's birth right here. And once Alicia is born, you see the shadowy figure send out what appears to be like small miasmas of darkness out the window. And then it turns to your mom and dad again, as your mom is holding little baby Alicia. Your dad goes into a panic and instantly tries to shield your mom and you. The shadow swipes at your dad, and you see your dad dust. Like Thanos snapped, gone. It looms over your mother and little baby you again. Your mother in tears. You can't hear anything, but you can definitely see that she is begging for her life. The shadow then reaches into itself, pulls out like a small black orb, and hovers it over you. You then absorb it, and it puts its hand over your mother, and then she turns to dust as well. The shadowy figure then disappears as the ritual is ended, and you are left on the ground crying. What seems for about an hour, until finally you see a torchlight appear in the doorway, and then it loops.
You were a turning point in history, I guess.
Seems so.
On to the next.
Opal's gonna give you a hug. I'm sorry.
I will take my revenge on those responsible. Let's keep going. There's no telling how long until they try and take us back out.
You guys travel for quite a while, actually.
We keep seeing, we're looking into every single stone, right? Pretty much, I guess.
Just to get just long enough to get an idea of where it is that we are.
So you
in
guys would be skipping a couple of
time.
you guys would be skipping a couple of stones because
I kind of do want to know what the next what this next turning point is.
I'm also very curious.
I want to know what it is.
The next turning point in history is actually Noctis's and Osanya's disappearance.
Oh.
So you go back quite a while. Actually, hold on. I gotta think of my own timeline here. Agenti was a big point in timeline. That was before that, but after that, it's mostly a lot of political things. Like, you see Onaji in a couple of these. You see Krachinos being born. You guys eventually make your way down the line even further to where you suddenly see the stones. There are 2 stones right next to each other. And then it branches off.
Branches.
Like, if you're following, I'm gonna have to draw this so that way you guys can see what this is. So you guys
It's
are
almost like a family tree, sort of.
you guys see, this is your timeline, right? You know,
Mhm.
this is Eisen 2, yada yada yada, political shit, political shit, political shit, political shit. And then you see a point in history where there are 2 stones right next to each other. Then the timeline continues down this way, but it then branches off in this direction.
Well, I think, of course, we'd have to look at the first one of each path. Specifically with both of these.
Yeah. What are these 2?
So you peer into, let's say, the bottom one. All right, this one.
Yes.
Noctis opens this one up, and you guys see the point in history where Hino was taken. You see the attack on the Serenity Tavern, and you watch as the White Lotus take out. You see the Black Roses take out the White Lotus guards that are protecting Hino, just as May bursts into the room and tries to shield Hino from what appears to be a small device with a Delicite shard in the center of it that spins, absorbs the energy of the Delicite shard, and opens what I can only describe as like a small black hole. And you see Hino get sucked right in. It then closes, and then the device shatters into a million pieces. May then goes berserk. And you guys haven't quite seen how good May is at her job. There were like 13 other people in this room. Right? Maybe 4 of them were killed by the White Lotus members protecting Hino. May killed the rest within seconds. And then it goes back again to looping.
What's the one next to that?
The one next to it, the top circle, is the exact same scenario. But instead of Hino getting sucked into the black hole, May manages to cut the hand of the Black Rose member who's holding this item. She manages to cut their hand off before they can activate the device. The device drops to the ground and breaks. And May manages to save Hino.
And that's this other path, pretty much?
Using your knowledge of logic, yes. This path here is the timeline where Hino stays in Avalon.
How far does that path go?
It goes just as far as your current timeline.
Infinite possibilities, eh?
Everything that ever could happen.
Did.
Well,
Still crazy. It's still crazy to think that she could have been different.
I'm not so sure about that, Opal.
We can find out at least the time. Never hurts to come back here and check again, but
Let's just satisfy our curiosity and go a couple of stones up and see.
maybe. I think
Go about 4 stones up.
pretty much exactly what's on the screen.
Yeah, pretty much.
Let's see here. Alright. I actually don't have any cantrips that I can mark where you guys are. Anyway. So you guys are going to go up 4 stones
Yes.
Yes.
and then peer into it?
Yeah. No sense in looking at all of them. We just want to know if she ends up being different.
Up in the 4th stone, you happen to peer inside of it. It's a lot more blurry compared to the rest of it, but you are able to make out a couple of features within this block of time, and you happen to see Hino, now a teenager, traveling with what appears to be 4 or 5 other people. And
They look familiar.
you can see that they are currently defending what appears to be a small village. This basically goes down the timeline where you can see Hino is actually a hero. She and her generation take on the mantle of being who you guys are.
Well, perhaps at one point in time there was good in her.
Correction, there is, just not in our timeline.
Make me perception rolls.
Oh, shit. Oh, okay. Oh, fuck. Okay. Oh, shit.
Well, damn, Opal.
Opal happens to be looking at this one. She's looks like she's thinking about something.
Something on your mind?
Do any of you see something in common here between when she was a little girl and compared to this one?
Huh?
And she takes you guys back to the double stones. You open it up again, and Opal points at Hino when she comes up in the scene. And she points specifically at the little fox mask that she has strapped to the side of her head.
What about the fox mask?
Oh yeah, that's the mask that concealed her powers, kind of like the bracelet Kratronos made for me. They told me about that once before. Did she say she got rid of that?
I'm not sure. So
Is
this-
that in the one as her of a teenager as well?
Yes. While she's walking down the path, you can see she only has one tail, and she has this mask. She still wields a scimitar at her side, but she only has one tail. And she has this fox mask again on the side of her head.
So, with her powers concealed, she was able to remain good. Well, I suppose as good as you could get, being raised by Alrath and Sami.
Do you think something could have happened in their world that made her into who she is?
From what I have heard from them from conversing with her, a few occasions where I have, she did get rid of that mask, and if what I remember from Kratranos and Onaji telling me, the removal of that mask released Ifrit upon her. In the world that she wound up in, after getting sucked out of ours, she did mention that she got rid of it. They also quite mention often that they did what they had to do to survive. Assume the world that they went to was not a very safe place.
It was the situation of their world that molded her into who she is now.
Yes, well, we all are byproducts of our surroundings. If she had stayed and grew up here on Avalon, she would have been different. Molded by the ideals and physiologies of our plane, rather than the ideologies and physiologies of another. Just like if Mount Celestia had heeded my father's prayers, requests, I would not have been a turning point in history, not have been bound with the Ghent. But it doesn't seem like there is a branching pathline for that now, is there?
Fixed point in time.
Has two outcomes. The one we're currently heading down, and a different one.
We should keep going. I'm curious to see if there's any other branches.
As am I. We should mark this one in mind. It may prove prudent to explore further down the path where she stayed, see what she could have become.
Perhaps. So, you guys continue down your timeline a little bit further. Past Hino's birth, or past May and Al returning to the plane. Because that would be a statue. You would see May and Al coming through the gate and Onaji welcoming them back to Avalon. And Mesami would be holding baby Hino. You go beyond that, you're now looking into the timelines of the first campaign. You are looking at the Six talking to the professor underneath Jamoria, facing the Delicite Shard in his final moments. And then you watch Jamoria explode. You go further back than that, you see the Six talking with Skithrix, the giant black dragon that was a part of the council. You see Alrat's first death. You go further back and you see the Six's conversation with Jacques. And you see Jacques being reunited with what appears to be a small girl who kind of looks like the Grudge.
That is the best way to describe her.
It is.
Yeah, because it's accurate.
Yeah, it is.
You look even further back, and you see the six talking with, I think he was a kobold, the creator.
Mm-hmm.
He was a kobold.
You see them talking with a small kobold who's driving a cart full of potions and ingredients. You look even further back, and you're seeing the first time May and Al ever met. You see Al just hanging out in a forest, cooking a pig, and then you see May just run into him, stunned, and a bunch of guards following her. That eventually turns into a fight as you see Al get mad at the guards, probably for what something May said. You look even further back and you start seeing things into May's timeline. You see things from Al's timeline. You see things from people you've never even seen before. You see, a young blonde woman. You also see a dark-haired woman who both practice magic. One of them is you guys can identify as a cleric, and the other, you recognize seeing her doing stuff sort of along the lines of what Noctis used to do.
Necromancer.
About. And you see, what the fuck is the name of that race?
Describe it.
The monkey people.
Nara.
Vanara, yeah. You see a Vanara wielding a spear and training with a bow staff in a monastery. You've never seen these people before. Well, you have seen them later in the future, as you probably would have understood. Hey, this is the legendary Six.
Except Ty wasn't a Vanara.
He was a human.
He was a human? I thought he was a Vanara.
He was a human.
He looked like
he
looked like a Vanara.
He
Yeah,
used
he
the picture
looked-
of Sun Wukong for it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He looked like a
like a
Vanara.
Vanara, but he was a human.
You guys probably made that mistake because there's not a lot of Vanara in Avalon anymore.
Good point.
And you continue down that path, and you see another split in the timeline. Around the age of the Six.
Yeah. What is split?
The split occurred somewhere around the time where the Six were talking with the Kobold. This is where this is where I will say, because it's kind of hard to describe. This is the split in the timeline where the legendary Six turned against the gods. Well, actually, they turned. This is the dark timeline of the first campaign.
Right. So this would be the split where we either helped the council,
Or you
And-
helped Altaria and Cycrix completely.
yeah,
Like, this is the split in the timeline where you start working with Cycrix and Altaria like you did in the first campaign, and then realize that they're the bad guys and not the council. This is the opposite way, where you worked with the council and then saw that Altaria and Cycrix were correct. And this is where you would get the Avalon Dark Timeline. I sort of actually was thinking about this, and I'm showing the slideshow on stream right now. Like, May would have been an evil character. Al would have actually been a good monk. Ty would have been an evil character. Celeste, instead of her being a necromancer or a cleric, she would have turned into a necromancer. The gnome, Thwip, I think we said that he would have turned into a rogue.
He was a
He was a halfling, and
A
he already
halfling?
was a rogue.
All right, so
He was
Yeah.
a halfling rogue.
so he would have
I
been
think
some.
we said ranger.
Yeah, he would have
because
been.
He was technically an evil character.
Yeah, something along the lines of a ranger, and then you saw the other girl whose name was Luna. Instead of her being a necromancer, she would have been a cleric. So the entirety of the Legendary Six would have been completely reversed,
Mm-hmm.
and that's what you see down in this timeline. Give me
Al
perception.
wouldn't have been a monk. He would have been a fighter.
Right. Give me another perception roll.
Oof.
Ooh.
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 All right. You guys peer down this timeline a little bit, and unfortunately, you guys can't see the end of it. This also goes very, very far.
Where's the monk when you need her?
Yeah. I don't actually know. Can any of you guys roll above a 40 perception?
Yes.
Yes. Barely.
Elysia can?
Yeah.
Jomini,
I
how
can
about
roll
you?
I can roll exactly a 40.
Okay.
Dave's plus is a 22. Mine's a 23.
So, yeah, the
I'd be
DC...
able to roll
The,
high
D-
number.
the DC was a 40. Because
Oof.
I will tell you guys this out of game, there is an ending to that timeline.
It just
Damn.
ends.
The plane gets destroyed in that timeline.
Yeah.
In the dark timeline of the Legendary Six, Cycryx eventually gets in the minds of the Six, makes them his underlings. They destroy Avalon and continue moving on to different realities. All under Cycryx's name.
I would genuinely be interested in playing that campaign.
I don't know if I would be.
So you guys continue to go even further and further down the timeline. You guys get into the points where you're watching, Celeste being into the church of the newly appointed city of Algoroth. You see, Luna's childhood. You see Ty's childhood. You see Al's childhood. You see May's childhood. But you guys already know some of May's story.
You see Al's traumatic experience of a childhood.
Yeah.
You see Ty's harem of orphan girls that he used to hang out with.
Yeah. And you go further back, you see the destruction of May's village, and then you start seeing people that you've never even heard of. Like, you do see one person you recognize. You see Crow. And you start to see like a whole bunch of different events throughout history that happen with him. You see some events of the Fourth Scale War. You see the
One of them
world.
cat folk in there too.
Yeah, you see the world wipe, where everybody's minds get taken over by Cycryx after the world anchor dropped. You see the fall of the Pantheon. You see even further back in time, Altaria and Cycryx first arriving in the plane. Even further
See
back,
the cat folk again.
yeah, you see, you see Crow in his original form as a human. You guys actually see his face. He was a regular human who hangs out with this weird-ass catfolk, too. This is actually the story that I'm writing right now. All of these events. You see him working with a guild and such. You even see that Crow, aka Daedric Hugoth, Daedric had a family. And it goes even further and further back. Until suddenly, you guys actually feel what is equivalent to, I would say, the start of a hurricane. And you guys now actually feel wind and sand kicking up and just biting you in the face. I need saves.
What kind of saves?
Fortitude saves. Because now you guys are about to start experiencing what the plane of time can do to you.
If only my fortitude would actually... Oh, there we go.
Yee, Noctis. You are a full-grown elf, correct?
Yeah.
No
I think
more.
so. Like 90 or 70 or some shit.
96, your age is. Noctis, you feel this wind hit you. And you feel a wave of just raw magic wash over you. I'm going to be taking your age. And I'm going to be adding 34 years.
Do I have a beard now?
However you would see your character if you were to instantly age 40 years.
Noctis falls to his knees. Oh. That was very unpleasant.
Opal, unfortunately, also didn't make the save. She is getting 24 years added.
Oh, Jesus. Why does my face feel so rough? Do I have a... I have a beard.
So, none of you have actually seen this in person. Morgan is the only one who has actually seen rapid aging. Quite the common thing here in my world this session, this campaign. Alicia, you do hear the sounds of struggles behind you as Noctis and Opal instantly drop to the sand. And you do happen to see them rapidly age.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're lucky that number one, Noctis is an elf, because he's gonna live a long time. Opal, on the other hand, you remember seeing her as, the young, innocent, like fresh out of school, upper teens, lower 20s girl, right? Now she is a much more mature woman. Actually, Opal took the heaviest hit out of the both of you.
She go from like 19 to now
40.
40.
Holy shit.
The problem is, Opal's race isn't well known. Nobody knows how long she's gonna live. She's gonna like use her staff as support and pull herself back up, and she's gonna go, "Hey guys, I think we have a bit of a problem."
I would agree.
I've noticed.
We gotta get out of here. If this is just one wave of what that was, I don't know what's gonna happen.
Where are we currently in the timeline?
I walk in the nearest.
You are currently at the point in the timeline where Rudania's construction just finished. And Rudania was the last no. It wasn't Rudania. Tovalon. It was the last city constructed in the old world. You guys are at that point in the timeline. So you are so far back in the timeline, Daedric hasn't been born yet.
Is this before the Fourth Scale War?
Long before the Fourth Scale War.
How much farther does this timeline continue?
It's still going. You do not see an end.
So we have to keep going and find a point in time where magic is unrestrained.
The gods are still in this plane.
But this was before they were fallen. Would magic be unbridled here?
Even my knowledge on history isn't this far back.
Would I know at any of that at this point in history or no?
It's gonna be a very, very high knowledge history, DC.
Fuck it, let's try it. Yeah.
No.
Nope.
Mm.
Yeah, sorry, Dave. Not even you made it.
I figured.
I mean, Opal does have a chance. Nope. She rolled a 2. To be fair, she does have a little bit more on her mind right now.
Yeah, that's fair.
Opal. How long is your lifespan, typically?
I'm not sure. The cathedral never seen... Actually, Avalon has never seen races like me and my brother. We're not entirely sure how long we have to live. Alicia, please call Krachinos. We need to get out of here.
Is transplanar communication possible?
I don't know.
I'll try
Well-
it.
What were we... You're trying to find a place where magic was not restricted. But once we got there, what were we looking for?
Whatever this astral stasis that Krachinos is talking about is. I think our own well-being and safety is a little bit more of concern right now.
I agree. I'm gonna attempt. Oh, my voice cracked. I'm gonna attempt to send a message to, Carfax. What the fuck is my mind on?
Crashiness.
Kragenos.
Kragenos.
You try to send your message, but you don't receive an answer.
I have a feeling we have no way of communicating with them.
So what do we do?
I don't think we really have much of a choice here.
We're going to have to enter through one of these gates. But once we do,
Wouldn't we be stuck in that timeline though? I thought that's what something along the lines of what Crashino said.
He warned us not to be taken by the sands of time, and I do believe that what just happened to us is what he was warning us about. Although, that is also... Okay. I'm gonna look at Opal. I'm gonna wave my hands and mutter a few words, and I'm gonna cast Grand Destiny on Opal.
Grand Destiny. Inspire the target the power to seize a Grand Destiny. Plus work competence bonus that it can choose to apply before rolling any attack roll, caster level check, saving throw, or skill check. Ooh. The bonus can be applied at additional time before the spell is discharged. Oh, okay. So, are you going to explain to her what you're doing?
Yes. Listen, the next time we get hit by a wave, try to use this enchantment to help you.
There might be another way. I could try and contact Pharasma to get us out of here.
Perhaps.
Opal's gonna sink down to her knees, and she's gonna start casting a prayer. Alicia and Noctis, give me perception rolls while Opal is focusing on this.
Wow.
Noctis, you happen to
Yeah.
hear the sound of what usually happens when a teleportation spell goes off. Or not a teleportation. When it sounds exactly like when Squish opens his gates.
I'm going to look around immediately with detect magic.
You happen to sense a strong sense of magic a little bit off into the distance to your left, away from the path of time.
Does it feel or look familiar in any way?
No. The portals that you came through the gate are typically blue. This one is a shining gold.
That can't be Squish.
do you see something, Noctis?
The center of the portal is just it looks like a blank white void. You can't see through it.
Someone is here.
Make me another perception rolls.
Is this Opal's doing?
I don't know.
Off in that direction.
You both are looking at this portal now. Stepping a little bit closer, you hear what appears to be a young woman on the other side. And she goes, "I would stop your friend if I were you."
Who says that?
You don't recognize
Opal.
this voice.
I immediately call back to Opal.
She breaks out of her casting, and she notices the portal. Oh, I didn't even finish what I was doing.
Don't.
Might I ask who you are?
I think your safety is a little bit more important at the moment. You want to get
Come
out
to
of
help.
if you want to get out of there, I would come through.
Come
Let's
through the-
trust her.
As I'm going to go along with the party, but I am gonna not cast. I'm gonna do a sense motive roll.
You don't sense any hostility in her voice.
Whoever she is, she's strong enough to break into the plane of time. She might be able to get us back home.
Had some knowledge of what we were doing here, so I might as well.
Anything to get us to safety and out of this plane. Come on. And you guys pass through this portal. You suddenly feel again. You walk through this portal, and you are greeted with bookshelves and what appears to be a small archway that leads out into a walkway. It looks like you're in a library, almost.
Does the architecture or the furniture look familiar?
No, not at all. Even some of the mason work and stuff, you don't recognize this material.
In the absolute name of fuck are we?
Asking yourselves that question quite often, aren't you? As you guys look behind you, you see the portal close, and you see a teenage girl with dark hair wielding a staff, standing over what appears to be a globe that's sparkling in kind of like a galaxy on the inside of it. A lot of cosmic vibes going on here.
I think I know where we are, Noctis.
Where might that be?
Well, exactly where Krachinos wanted us to end up. This is the Akashic Records, isn't it?
The correct pronunciation would be the Akashic Records. But yes, that is where you are. Kind of curious as to why some random strangers are traversing in the plane of time.
Full-hearted stupidity?
Clearly, considering that you had no idea what you were doing.
Well, to some extent.
Lack of a better option?
Lack of a better option, or you were being led by a fool.
Both are
One of the
equally
above.
likely. Both are equally correct.
And I'm assuming your wizard here isn't the one that was using time manipulation.
No, where we're from, time manipulation largely is, well, forbidden. The ones responsible for getting us here are back there. We don't know how to contact them.
Well, obviously, you were lost within the sands of time. Communication without outside of the plane of time, well, that kind of depends on where you are in the timeline. You're, well, trying to contact somebody who doesn't exist yet, well, that's obviously impossible.
Well, that makes sense.
Luckily, I pulled you out of there when I did. It was getting bad out there. Any longer I kept you in there and watching you guys, you definitely would have died of old age.
Well, that's comforting to know.
I am deathly curious to know, who are you?
Well, I should be the one asking you all, considering that, judging by your magical prowesses, you're obviously not capable of travel like that.
Well, my name is Alicia. Alicia Wingright. I am an artificer and one of the publicly acclaimed heroes of our world of Avalon.
You see her perk up with the mention of Avalon.
I am Noctis Eleanor, Prince of Myril, also a hero of Avalon.
And I'm Opal Florinia. I'm the Oracle of Life. Also from Avalon. We're known as the Wanderers. Avalon. Oh, well. You see her, like, reach out a little bit and, like, spread her fingers. And Noctis, well, actually everybody here, you recognize as she opens up 9 arcane ribbons just right there with her hand. And you can see like books materializing inside of the ribbons as she grabs them all and goes, "Well, Avalon. That is certainly a name that I haven't heard in a long time." Interesting.
Been there before, have you?
Well, correct. My mothers were born there.
Others?
Yes. Actually, my mothers were heroes just like you.
Oh.
Interesting.
Of course it is. Of course they did teach me to be polite, I suppose. You gave me your name, so I'll give you mine. My name is Grim. Go ahead, give me knowledge histories.
I was waiting for a second name.
She doesn't have one.
Wait, that's perception,
Nope.
not knowledge history. Come on. Come on. I guess give me while my knowledge history loads. Hey.
You said your name was Grim. I don't exactly remember anybody in Avalon's history named Grim.
You said your mothers were born there and they were heroes.
Who
Might have
exactly?
been well documented.
Who exactly are your mothers? Well, kind of makes sense that they wouldn't put me in the history books. Oh no, smartest one in the freaking party. No, won't put me in the books. Sure. Although that does make a little bit of sense, considering that I try to stay out of the public eye. Well, I guess Onaji definitely did keep up with her promises. But yes, no, my mothers were exact heroes just like you. Perhaps the names Luna and Celeste would make more sense.
Oh, fuck.
They're two of the members of the Legendary Six.
Wait, you're their daughter? Not exactly. Not exactly. In fact, I'm not even a person. Or any living being, for that matter. I'm a living grimoire.
Wouldn't that still technically make you a living being?
A sentient object would be the better definition of it.
Well, for a sentient grimoire, you seem to be quite powerful.
Well, I would hope so, considering that I'm a tome of knowledge.
Do you by chance know a way to fix these two?
Oh no. Unfortunately the effects of time is permanent. You can't reverse it. I hate to tell your two companions, but you're stuck like that now. Not even I can reverse that.
That is understandable.
Price we pay for what we were doing. We knew the risks, and well, this is our punishment now.
Well, I wouldn't say as a punishment for me, I now have a beard and I look kind of hot.
Which brings me to some of the many questions that I have for you all. What exactly were you doing in the plane of time? What were you looking for? I saw you enter, and I was rather curious as to why you were there. Knowing that you're from Avalon now, that kind of concerns me.
I do have a...
Avalon is in danger.
Again?
Yes. Fortunately, this time it's not Cycrex, but...
Well, thank God it's not any of them.
Well...
We took care of any lasting effects that he had on the plane.
Well, obviously not if it's in danger again.
This time it's sort of my fault.
Oh. Well, it's not the first time the heroes caused issues around the plane.
See, I was spirit bound to a demon lord from birth. And, well, about a month or so ago, I had him ripped out of my body. And now he's plotting to destroy the world.
A singular demon lord.
More like all of the Abyss.
Oh, okay, now that puts it into even more perspective then. Very well then. It's so weird, the Abyss actually bonding together. Huh.
Circumstantial, I guess.
Oh, you guys surely must have screwed up.
Royally.
Royally, yes.
No pun intended.
And to make things even worse, well, we set off here to look for a particular spell in case another potential danger decides to rear its ugly head.
Wouldn't say that to her face.
Phew.
Why, I'm inside the fucking time plane.
You know, I had so much respect for Onaji, but seeing as the world is as it is right now, goodness, I'm questioning whether or not it was a good idea to leave her in charge.
It wasn't. To be honest, it really wasn't.
What about May and Al?
She does the useless bumps on logs.
Oh, great.
One of the potential issues is their daughter, who's also a demon lord.
Hold on. Back that train up a bit. May and Al had a daughter.
Yes, they did.
Oh, that poor woman.
It's like fitting a train through a school hallway. It's like fitting a plane in a...
And they had a daughter.
Yes, they do.
Who is now a demon lord. How the hell did they manage that?
Long story.
What, did Daddy go out for a pack of cigarettes and a bottle of milk?
More like one of the random inventions of Cycrex getting left laying around was used to quite literally suck her out of the crystal sphere of Avalon. Shipped her off somewhere else.
Completely out of existence.
Yes, completely out of existence. Where she went to a different world, and due to circumstances that occurred on that world, the spirit of Ifrit, which was residing within her, got let loose.
Where the
She
hell did
took
that
it
come from?
over.
Time out. Where the hell did that come from?
Honestly, I don't really know.
Didn't they
The
say,
running,
Didn't they say that it
run-
was coming from Al's side of the family?
not outside, within, but within Al's family, apparently his mother has some very strong ties to, well, the elemental plane of fire, being a phoenix sorceress.
More and more I talk to you three, the less and less I understand of what happened to Avalon.
Honestly, it's a very long and complicated thing for 2 or 3 people who've only been alive for at most 100 years to explain, especially when one of them, points at Noctis, doesn't even remember most of it.
Not my fault, but yes.
Also one of Cycrix's faults. Man, they didn't do a good job of cleaning up after him.
To be fair, he did have a lot left over.
I don't see why they didn't just scrap the plane entirely and reform it.
That was my
But that's
suggestion.
besides the point.
That
That's
was my
besides the point.
That was my suggestion, but no, they didn't listen to me. Nobody ever listens to me.
I'll be
Tome-
more
Tome
than
of
happy to
Ever-
listen to you.
Tome of all-knowing knowledge. Nope, don't listen to me. I don't know anything. Oh
Oh.
no,
To
they,
be fair, the Six did listen to her a lot.
oh yeah, don't ever listen to me. Just laugh at the little girl who was like 5 at the time.
Well, in all honesty, I'd be more than happy to listen to you. You seem to have more knowledge than any single person on that entire plane has, and some.
Well, to be fair, I have been spending a lot of time here. Meanwhile, my mothers have been enjoying their lives along with my younger brother.
I do have.
Which isn't. If this is the Akashic Records, doesn't this place hold all the written knowledge of everything that has ever happened and everything that ever will?
True, but you also have to remember that this is the Akashic Records. It holds everything. I wasn't so much focused on what's happening in Avalon, save for the new plane that my family rests in. Now, you were saying?
I just have a couple of questions for you. Due to you being in the Akashic Records, I'm assuming you are the, for lack of better words, the keeper of time.
Oh, no. Like, I would want that responsibility.
Not necessarily keeper of time, more like. I don't even know how to
You're
describe it.
looking for a record keeper.
Record keeper of time.
No. God. You're basically asking to talk to the god of time. Yeah, right. Oh, like he's gonna want to talk to you three right now.
No, if anything, he's probably extremely pissed.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure all the gods of Avalon are pissed at you guys now.
It's not. It wouldn't be the first time.
It really wouldn't be.
What?
Don't ask. Just don't ask.
What kind of a screwed up party are you? You're more
Correct
dysfunctional.
answer. The question is yes.
I really
You're more
do not-
dysfunctional
I-
than the Six were.
I'll be honest. As much as I want to answer those questions, I don't think you want to have a 4.5-hour trauma dump.
I had enough trauma listening to Al bicker and complain all the time.
I'm just mostly curious as to why you were just watching the time plane.
I just happened to notice that there was a spike in magic suddenly in the plane. And then
Yeah, that
obviously,
place seemed kind of barren.
Sorry,
Yeah.
you just happen.
it's sand.
You
Nothing but
you just-
sand.
you just happen to notice spikes in planes.
She waves her hand over the giant metal globe that is sitting in front of you guys, and you can see it come to life. And there are like little discs and such, that you can see are different colors and so. And in the center is a larger disc that you can see like it pulsating in light.
Oh,
The Akashic Records is home to all knowledge, including the knowledge of every crystal sphere in existence. I can open up any crystal sphere with this globe and peer into it. Time, however, is its own separate thing. Anyway, to answer your question, there is a keeper here, and if you would like to meet him, I can bring you to him.
you are not the keeper.
Oh no, I'm just a visitor.
What the?
I'm just a visitor, kind of like if you were to go to a library and check out a book. That's me.
I'm going to have to assume you won't answer
I'm
this
sorry
question,
for the.
but what
I'm
is your
sorry in
purpose
advance.
here?
Go ahead, Jomini. Hold on, Dave.
I'm sorry if no, I'm aware that you probably will not answer this question, but what is your purpose here in this library?
I'm a tome of ever-expanding knowledge in a library of all of the knowledge in the universe. Think, wizard, think.
Listen, well,
A
I'm
book
not
reading
invisible, but I am.
exactly like Rusty just said. A book reading a book? Yeah.
Well, if this is a library, and if we're wanting to make the analogy of checking out books, sorry in advance for the pun, but could we check you out?
You could at least
I'm already checking.
you could at least buy me dinner first, and under your standards, I'm underage. So
I meant as borrow you.
again,
That also sounds weird.
Again, underage, but yes, I can show you to the keeper. Follow me. And she takes you out, and she takes you three on a stroll through the library that doesn't fucking end. You see windows, like, in the library, peering in and out of places. There's sunlight here, you just don't know where the sunlight's coming from.
I just want to point out the fact that you're a book reading books just makes you the biggest paradox known to man.
I'm a paradox on its own.
Yeah, no shit.
A living magical item. A living magical item that is able to not only transform herself into different things, such as a person, but cast magic that some people would even dream of casting.
Are you available for hiring for tutoring?
Oh, I can't tell you how many times people have asked me that.
We're saving an entire plan.
Wouldn't be the first time. Wouldn't be the first time, but the first time Avalon was saved wasn't entirely me. To be fair, my mother did find a way of cheating death. And well, I'm never gonna say this to his face, but Ty was actually pretty strong. And obviously May and Al worked together so well, it doesn't surprise me that they were inseparable. Thwip, on the other hand, I never really got to know Thwip. Kind of wish I did.
Are the events and the combatants of the third tournament of strength public knowledge?
If you really give a shit about the tournaments.
I'm a history buff. I would logically read every single book of history that there is in Avalon.
The Tournament of Strength then therefore wouldn't be of history. The Tournament of Strength is kind of like a sport.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
It was the equivalent of like watching a football game.
Oh.
Except it was basically the equivalent of watching the Super Bowl.
Oh.
That's about the best description I can get of.
I mean, I can't imagine that Gale Farron getting smacked into the wall at Mach 5 wasn't made into history.
Or the Duel of the Giants.
Or the Duel of the
that too.
Giants. Yeah. That had to have made history.
Yeah. So, I don't know.
I gotta
Maybe.
pee. I'll be right back.
I don't know. Maybe. Go ahead and make me a history roll.
Sure.
Not really.
Okay.
So, question is, where is he?
Who even is the keeper of this place?
His name is the Narrator. He's the keeper of the Akashic Records.
Reminds me of the architect.
The who?
The architect.
Never heard of him.
That's fair.
Knowledge sports.
Knowledge sports. I think that would probably fall under something like knowledge local.
Probably, yeah. Dadland skill set. His name is the Narrator. Keeper of all knowledge within the Akashic Records. I don't really know exactly where he is. The library is ever expanding too, and he's always writing something. And you guys suddenly hear another voice. And it's a lot deeper, and a male voice, obviously, and you hear it above you, and he goes, "Well, Keeper of Knowledge must keep up with history, no matter what crystal sphere it is." And you guys look above you, and you see a very odd figure who appears to be wearing a suit and tie with a cosmic face, holding something similar to the small thing. Not really. It kind of looks like the little thing that Hino has.
It's a tesseract.
Oh, you mean the gate cube?
The cubic gate.
The cubic gate. Okay.
And he's just like leaning on the banister, looking what you would probably assume is looking down at you guys, because you can't really see a face.
I'm back.
I am going to bow and say, "Narrator, pleasure to meet you."
Oh, please. Your formalities aren't needed. I'm not
Wait.
like other beings of higher power. Grim?
Are we meeting Josh?
Huh?
Did we just meet Josh in game?
No, this is not
That's
me.
what I said.
This is not me. Brady thought this was me too when I first told him about this character. He thought it was me too, but this isn't me. Grim, I understand that you enjoy peering into the different planes of existence. However, I didn't expect you to be bringing back guests, per se. Well, it was either I did that, or they were going to die of old age in the plane of time. He's going to look back down at you three and say, "Beings of your power were traversing the plane of time."
Yes. Creatures of our power level were traversing the plane of time. Full-hearted and stupid, we understand, but
Curiosity.
there wasn't too many other choices.
Curiosity is sometimes a good thing. And you see him like stand up and like walk straight through a wooden banister and start like slowly floating down to the floor while it looks like he's still walking. Curiosity, of course, is a thing that everybody experiences. Even Grim has the experience every once in a while. But gladly, I couldn't blame you as well. Searching for answers within the past is definitely a way that I would describe of learning. You learn from the past so that way it doesn't repeat itself. But yes, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am the narrator. I am a greater deity and head of the Akashic Records. Grim's gonna look back at you guys and say, basically, your little pantheon that you have going on Avalon, he's above all of them.
I hope you're not too mad at us for manipulating time.
Oh, I can care less what happens at Avalon.
Well, that's good to know.
When you get to a height, when you get to a certain height, you just eventually just stop caring. And more or less just curious as to see how, no offense to you, of course, lesser beings would react to certain situations.
Might I just say, I'm very confused as to why there's a cafeteria in here, but the key lime pie fucks. Off game, I'm actually eating key lime pie.
I kind of figured that's what you were saying. So, my question would be, what exactly were you searching for in the plane of time?
Well, we actually were looking for this place,
Interesting.
strangely enough.
Interesting.
We were sent through the plane of time to go backwards to a point in history where the lesser gods of our pantheon didn't have quite the stranglehold on magic as they currently do.
You must be searching for some very dangerous magic then. Tell me, who sent you into the plane of time?
Well, his name is Patronos.
Last name?
I have him here somewhere.
Krachenos
Natura.
Yes.
Natura.
Krachenos natural.
Krachenos Natura. Grim, can you search that, please? Sure. She opens up a few
He's-
arcane ribbons, pulls out a few books, and starts looking through them. You can see the pages flipping by rapidly. She stops and says, "Yep, here it is. Krachenos Natura, son of Onaji. Oh, dear lord.
I don't like the sound of that.
Well, that'll be the reason why he's a blethering idiot." And she slams the book closed. She looks at the narrator and go, "He's Lucius's son." The narrator just looks at her and goes, "Oh, great, him again."
Who's this Lucius?
A pain in my ass is what he is. I have shelves upon shelves that are stacked to the ceiling of information on him. And the shit that he did. Oh, him and there are so many of those people that I really, really just wish I could bother not to even write about anymore, but here they are.
Noctis pulls out a list and checks off. First time hearing a deity swear? Check. Okay.
Great. So
Like,
you're dealing with Lucius's son. All right.
Who even is? I don't even comprehend who this person is and what importance he is.
He's a greater magic god.
Oh, that would explain his power level.
He's a greater magic god. He's a dick. Is the best way I can describe him. I personally never met him, but by the stories the narrator has told me, it's not good. You know, Lucius is one of those people that even he tells me not to read those books. Well, him and another person. We don't mention his name.
The only time I have ever heard that particular phrasing is when I asked the architect who created him.
This architect character, and he's gonna pull out the little, I could probably say it's a tesseract at this point. This architect character, was he made of a metal that was unfamiliar to your plane?
Yeah, he's the living metal man of unfamiliar metals. Incredibly powerful with the power of creation.
He's gonna spin the cube a little bit, stop it, expand it, reach inside of it, and he's gonna pull out a book. He's gonna open it and go, nicknamed the Anomaly of Avalon, able to generate and create cities within weeks of time. Yep, that's him. Well, that's going into the restricted section. Yeah, don't worry about his creator. In fact, don't even talk about him. Don't even think about him. Unless if you really want your plane to be destroyed.
I'm good. I'm good. I'd really rather just stop what's trying to destroy it currently.
Right.
Which could be a whole host of things.
Well,
None the least of which is an incursion from the Abyss, as well as, well, the group called the Nine, which was partially why we were sent here.
you said the plane Avalon, correct?
That is it.
He's going to turn to this other globe that's right in front of you guys, and he's going to fiddle around with it, reach into it, pull out a couple of books. He's going to open them and simultaneously flip through all of them. Grim is also going to be looking through a book and see. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, your world really is in a lot of trouble.
It's fucked in so many ways that some of them we can't even comprehend.
Well, doesn't help of the history of some of these people. Especially the daughter of the Six.
That would be Hino Akamaho.
Yes, the current Demon Lord of Fire. Main attempted goal in life is to slay Asmodeus. That's gonna be a feat and a half. Good luck. Purpose of being is just out of pure spite for her father. Well, I've heard worse excuses.
She lives just to spite her father. That is her only main reason to live.
No, it's not necessarily to spite her father. It's mostly to redeem her father for what Asmodeus did to him. According to this book, sir, it says that she mainly wants to slay Asmodeus strictly for the reasoning of Asmodeus recruiting Alrat's father, who was a general in his army during the age of the Six. Of course, Al slayed that demon. I was there when it happened. And now the Demon Lords are after not only the plane of Avalon, but Hino specifically. It says here that as she was traveling through the Astral Sea, she made a pit stop at Naticula's realm. Of course, the succubus.
Where, if memory serves from their explanation when we met at Naticula in our realm, she kind of pissed her off by stealing one of her prized playmates.
Well, it wasn't only just stealing one of her prized playmates. Let's see. Manipulating some of the patrons, getting information out of her underlings and people who are bound to her as a contract, stealing notes and ideas from her palace, and not only that, breaking a agreement that they had, and stealing a man by the name of Ezekiel Vohan. and afterwards blowing up the castle. Damn, woman with a temper.
I guess that's what happens when you're the demon lord of fire as well as possessed by Ifrit.
Well, not so much possessed by Ifrit. If you go back just a little bit longer in her history, let's see. In a separate reality, there is a history of her almost being sacrificed to a cult, to a dark dragon god. She was rescued by a party, and then therefore was traveling with them in order to get home. Main intention of getting home as quickly as possible. They were then raided by a group of higher beings where they thought it would be entertaining to see Hino in her fullest of powers, removed her mask and breaking the seal to the spirit of Ifrit, releasing it and having Hino transform into who she actually was without the mask restraining her power. Well, whoever thought of that is a freaking idiot. Should have just left the mask on.
Yeah, we partially glimpsed into a realm where she was saved and maintained that thing.
Yes, it eventually goes on to saying how her and her party fought off the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, took over the world government, and destroyed the world economy. And afterwards, selling all of her property and belongings to a museum owner. What? And then ditching the plane.
Then, if memory serves, they traveled the astral sea for 5 years. And then they got... Well, they breached into our world after we performed a ritual that the gods commanded us to perform.
Yes, but the gods were so incompetent they didn't see what Hino actually was, nor even bothered looking. I'm going to have to look into this even further. This is odd.
To be particularly honest with you, I do not trust, nor can I ever trust her. And that brings us to why we are here.
Well,
Patronos, in his
the
studies...
the narrator's actually going to conjure up like a recliner and sit in it while staring at this book.
Patronos, while in his studies, has determined that he has found a spell of particularly great might that he believes could help us should the Nine ever turn against the world.
Oh, the Nine turn. Looking at each of these looking at each of these people, if the Nine turns against the world, I'm sorry to say, your world is done for. It's over.
Yes, I'm quite well aware of that.
Goodness, they are so high of a power, even for mortals. Goodness, God.
I'm currently looking for alternative realities out of there.
Believe me, every reality that you come across will always have conflict. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever heard of... I'm actually going to have to look for this now if you want to give me a minute. Because this was an actual experiment that was conducted. Have you ever heard of the Universe 25 experiment?
No.
This is an actual thing, by the way. You can look this up.
I'm aware. IRL, I have heard of this.
Okay. So, for those of you at home, the Universe 25 experiment is one of the most terrifying experiments ever conducted in the history of science. Which, through the behavior of a colony of mice, is an attempt by scientists to explain human societies. Basically, the entirety of the Universe 25 experiment, it was to create a perfect world. It was to create a perfect world and understand how, through the behavior of mice, others would react to said perfect world. This experiment was conducted more than 25 different times. And each of them ended up in extinction, in a complete failure. And that's actually technically where a lot of people got the idea that a perfect world is impossible. And that's basically what the the narrator explains. The greater gods conducted this experiment, created a perfect paradise with the help of the outer gods. They created a perfect paradise, a singular crystal sphere that was flawless. It had enough food for people, housing, magic was plentiful, everything was great. And no matter what, every single time, that crystal sphere always was destroyed. No matter where you go, there will be conflict. A perfect world does not exist.
I'm not looking for a perfect world. I'm just looking for one where I can be free. One where I don't have the death grip of the gods around my throat every time I turn.
A godless society.
I don't even care if the gods actually exist. But their limitations on our plane are excessive.
Understandable. The gods in your world were actually new gods back in the earliest of days. And to be completely honest, it's kind of surprising they actually stuck around. Perhaps they wanted a second try to redeem themselves after they were slain by the twin gods. But I can understand their incompetence in trying to limit magic and the potential of the mortals in order to restrain them and keep them in order. However, obviously, they're not very good at their jobs, because they let something like Miss Akamaho let out into the world.
And now her and her group have created such an extreme imbalance of power that the rest of the world is, quite honestly, powerless against them. Anything they want to do, they are free to go ahead and trample on our society however they choose. The only thing that could possibly ever stop them is the gods, but the gods they refuse to help.
Well, it's not so much that they refuse to help per se. According to what I'm seeing, Hino technically has done nothing wrong. Besides breaking a few rules of the gods, then yes, she did. Several times, actually, but that's besides the point. I mean, resurrection is common in different planes of existence. Some don't even have a form of resurrection. Perhaps the gods wanted to do something different and cut that off. Claiming to be something along this cycle, as they call it. You must be a follower of that, Miss Florinia. It's what my whole life was built around. Interesting concept. Yes, but I can understand them wanting to dial back magic a little bit, putting a cap, especially on mortal creatures. But seeing as if a mortal creature managed to get out and gain immense power in return is not only incompetence, it is just completely incompetence of the gods.
Really is.
I mean, to be completely honest, if anything, they should have immediately taken down the barriers. Give every other mortal on Avalon a fighting chance. Gain strength and be able to combat Misaka Maho.
But they refuse.
Hmm.
They won't.
Perhaps they're trying to prove a point then. I'm not quite sure. Still, interesting nonetheless. Now, you were saying that Krachinos was doing something along the lines of finding a certain spell in order to combat Misaka Maho. What exactly is that?
Astral stasis.
Astral stasis. Oh, I know that spell. He wants to do that? That's only a temporary stop.
Well, with what limitations we have, there's not much else we could potentially do. It's not like we have an ever expanding, infinite knowledge of every tome of the knowledge of everything and all magic.
But there is one on Avalon.
But you're here.
No.
Is there another one of you?
Not another one of me. At least I hope it didn't evolve into that. But there is another tome of infinite knowledge on Avalon.
If anyone has ever found it, it's probably locked in that damnable vault of silence.
Oh, yes. I was actually just reading over that. The Vault of Silence. An impenetrable vault of pure magic and construction done by the architect, of course. Meant to house some of Avalon's most dangerous creatures and magical items from past and history. Yep, that's definitely someplace it would be.
If it were ever found.
Yes, but the architect's magic is very limited, and luckily for you, I know what's inside.
Well, that's immensely helpful.
Yes. Yes, and of course, you are correct. This tome actually does reside inside this vault.
I'll make it get my hands on that.
Not to mention mounds and mounds of gold. Let's see here.
All of Cycryx's things that were found are in there too,
Yes.
including his dragon.
Oh yes, yeah. The dragon is definitely in there as well. Aged quite interestingly. Thought it'd be dead by now, but no, something is keeping it alive. Not entirely sure. But yes, most of Cycryx's items are in there as well. Not to mention most of Alteria's. Huh. Interesting. Probably.
One sec.
I'm gonna have to look into more of these brother gods. They're rather interesting people. So he's looking for astral stasis, exactly. He just wants a temporary stop to Misaka Maho specifically.
I don't think he necessarily knows that astral stasis is only going to be a temporary fix. I think he has it in his head that it's going to be a permanent way of saving the world. At least that's his intent.
Well, you can take the knowledge of it being a temporary fix and making sure that he understands that. For sure. Actually,
I don't know if there'd be a way.
Here, go ahead, Dave.
I don't know if there would be a way to more permanently fix our situation. Unless deities want to come down and rain limits on the Nine.
Well, I'm not entirely sure that they would want to risk that. I'm not entirely sure that they would want to risk that, considering that the Nine actually do have the potential of slaying gods. Lesser gods, of course.
Of course they do.
Well, it's most specifically in their weaponry, crafted by gods themselves, which is baffling to me. Why on earth would gods craft weapons that can kill themselves?
Perhaps they were suicidal.
Or idiotic, one of the two. Perhaps they intended the nine to turn against them. That's so weird. Why would they do that? Oh, that's interesting. You lot yourselves, you're in quite the pickle.
In so many ways that we can't even comprehend them all.
I'm not even talking political. I'm not even talking political. By the looks of it here, you have a companion that is out of commission.
Oh, yes, William. He got burned by what Misaka Maho called true fire.
So many different names that they have for these things. Wait, does Krachinos not even know what astral stasis is?
I don't think he does, Miss Grimm.
Phew. Goodness.
I
Well,
don't think he knows what it is. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it does. I've never heard of this spell. I've never seen this spell in action.
well, it's exactly the same of what Misaka Maho can do, except the opposite. Misaka Maho here is capable of wielding the raw elemental power of fire as if it was coming from the elemental plane itself. Astral stasis, on the other hand, is a mixture of both the plane of air and the plane of water. It's what they would be known keeping it as true ice. He's basically trying to wield two forms of true elements together. That's the reason why it's so difficult. I'm not even sure a man of his capabilities would be able to do that. It would definitely be a challenge for him.
We were barely able to perform the ritual of reclamation, which is what the gods commanded us to do.
That's reclamation. He's gonna keep flipping through the book and reclamation. There we go. Oh, such a sad day. Sad day. Cost you your great wizard of the school. Yikes. Oh, well, actually, not that much of a loss. His apprentice appears to be in the middle of her trial. Actually, she's almost done with it, reaching as high as the mortal cap can go. Good for her. Surpassing even her master.
I'm back.
Well, I suppose that is a good thing.
At least Nisavin will actually be able to maintain the college at the same rate that Varukht was able to. Oh, even beyond that, Miss Lorenia. Actually, I have sort of a crazy idea. There's obviously a lot of changes that we don't really know about, especially in Avalon. Well, it's been a while since I've peered into that plane of existence, but I would presume so. What exactly are you thinking, Grim? Well, I am a tome of knowledge, and well, Avalon was the world that I knew the most. Well, before I swapped realities with my parents. Perhaps I can lend them a hand. You want to return to Avalon? Well, I don't necessarily want to go alone. Dummy, thank you. Everybody, make sure you
You
drink.
intend to bring your mothers with you? Other members of the Six would definitely be helpful.
My mothers in particular really don't want to go back. They're enjoying their peaceful lives on their plane. However, I do have a younger brother who might want to go.
Well, seeing as we could definitely use your expertise, and we are down a member of our party.
Well, looking at this, it says here that your member, Mr. Glickman, was a frontline fighter, rather strong,
Immovable.
and a moral standpoint within your group.
One of them.
I think my little brother would definitely be of good help for you. He is a paladin after all.
Oh
Yep.
boy.
That's interesting.
I'm glad I decided to make the switch to the path of good. Don't think you would quite get along with me otherwise.
Well,
Or myself.
that would mostly depend, really. I'm gonna go see if I can bring him out here. I'll be back. She's gonna open up a few ribbons, pop a portal open, and she's gonna vanish for a quick second.
While she's gone, I'm going to talk with the narrator. By the way, you happen to know of any particular ways in which I could regain part of my celestial nature?
Well, I of course do. There have been instances in separate realities and such that people have been able to repent and gain celestial being powers again. Seeing as you are in your positions to not very well off with your pantheon, shall be rather difficult.
Suppose I would have to more or less converse with them, then, wouldn't I?
Well, that is true. Just give me a second.
I'll be back. Gotta use the bathroom.
Yeah. I must say, the rest of you are rather quiet. Seeing as if where you are, I would have expected many more questions out of you.
I'd say I'm less quiet, more starstruck.
Same.
This is quite the...
It's a lot to take in, I understand.
I would say especially for a practitioner like myself, but this is just...
Oh boy, the things you can learn in here.
Exactly.
I would offer
Only wish I
offer
had
for
more
you
time.
I would offer for you to stay, but unfortunately you have things to take care of in your plane.
I mean, if you wouldn't mind me kicking around the books and themes that you have in the library, as I myself don't have much knowledge of what's happening.
Well, I would love to have you look around specifically. However, you would get lost in here before you even found what you were looking for.
Honestly, I could just stay in this main room. There's way too much for me to even explore for.
This
No
room,
real
this
purpose.
this room alone would take you more than a century to read.
Ah, that's understandable. I am
May
actually gonna
grasp-
subconsciously wander off into like the the nearby bookshelf and just sit in front of it. And
I'm gonna send you over here because as you're walking away, you guys see the golden portal open up again, and Grim is gonna come through again, and behind her is going to be another character. I'm gonna go ahead and expand it just a little bit so you can see his face a bit. So Jen, go ahead and describe your character for us.
Behind Grim, you see this rather athletic built young man walk through. Has to be early 20s. He has ash blonde, medium length hair, and these gray eyes. And he's wearing just this set of like full plate. And he's walking like rather excitedly, like kind of like pushing Grim along. And he looks very happy to be in the room.
Grim is just gonna look behind her and be like, all right, calm down. I know I said it was gonna be exciting, but don't be over your head.
I'm sorry.
Miss Grimm, you said this was your younger brother?
Yes. Everybody, this is my younger brother, Vitalis Magora. Vitalis, this is, you obviously know the narrator. I've told you many times about him. This is Elysia Wingright and Opal Florinia. And over there by the bookshelves is Noctis Eleanor.
Hi. You guys are like actual adventurers?
I suppose you could say that.
Remember,
That's really cool.
remember that world that mothers always used to tell you about?
Avalon?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're from that plane. They came here seeking knowledge from the narrator.
Wait, really?
You see, our world is in a little bit of a trouble, and we're sort of down a player. We were... Grim was offering to see if you would want to come and help us.
Yes, absolutely. I'll do anything I can.
And, of course, I'm going to come along too to make sure you don't get in any trouble. Because heaven forbid, something happens to you, you know Mom is going to have my back.
I'm going to walk over to Grim and Vitalis. I'm going to hold out my hand to Grim. Say, well, if you're coming along, we shall treat you as honorary wanderers. You shall be respected as heroes as we are.
Vitalis takes your hand before Grim can grab it and just shakes it vigorously.
First, I would like to know, Vitalis, how old are you?
25? Why do you ask?
I looked back at Grim. He's 25 and he's your younger brother?
Oh yes, I'm centuries old.
Just so you know, by my standards, my race of people mature at the age of 21.
Yeah.
And you are centuries. You don't count.
I'm a book. What do you want from me?
Primarily your assistance. You're going to be invaluable. And I thank you for coming along to help us.
I mostly want to come along just to see what kind of an absolute ruin this plane is in. Vitalis, before we even think about going on grand adventures and such, the biggest thing that we need to do is we have to understand what the situation in Avalon is currently in. Because by the way I've been reading it and the way the narrator has been seeing it, there's a lot happening.
I've been traversing the world for the better part of well over a year, almost 2 now. Would you like to see what it is that I have seen?
I mean, is it not like Mother and Mother have described it?
I'm not entirely sure what your mothers remember the world as, but it has changed a lot.
Come, take my hands. I will show you.
He does so.
Does Grim also?
No, Grim doesn't.
Okay. I show Vitalis the world as I have seen it through my eyes for the past almost 2 years.
So Vitalis immediately gets like a quick flash slideshow of everything that has happened in the campaign so far. From them starting their adventure at the school all the way up to, you know, meeting the rest of the party, to traveling to around the world and such, working for May, to the events of Urix's death, to, you know, the Blood Wars, and you know, Elise being stuck in prison, to the Civil War, to the current turmoil that's been happening around the plane right now.
That's a lot. He just pulls his hands into his chest.
That is the world as it is currently. I would not blame you if you had second thoughts.
He tilts his head and looks at you, like, and raises an eyebrow, and he's like, "Second thoughts? Are you kidding me?"
Welcome aboard.
Well, surely this will change a bunch of things. I cannot wait to see what it'll lead. Perhaps it should be time that we do indeed send you back home.
I'm going to loathe having to explain why Opal's now almost twice her age.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot about that.
Forget about the fact that I have a beard now, but that's...
You can always shave. You're an elf. You live for
I don't
over
want to
1,000
shave.
years.
I do not want to shave.
Opal's gonna glare at you and say, "Oh, you're shaving."
What?
Mommy put her foot down.
The narrator is actually going to pull out.
Mommy put her foot down. Is that what you just said?
The narrator is gonna pull out another cube, and just let it like fly out of his hand. It's gonna clink against the ground, and then another portal is gonna open up. And he says, "Well, with Grim and Vitalis now with you, this portal will take you directly back to Avalon."
DM, I was reading a book. What the fuck was I reading?
Some blabbering about a weird world where robots were trying to become humans.
I'm gonna look at the narrator and say, "Hey, Mr. Narrator, how much would I owe to bring this back in the next whenever I come back here, if it even happens?"
Oh, I'm not worried about a simple novel like that. Can I just see it for a moment?
I telekinesis it over to him.
Yep. He grabs it. He like gives it a shake, 1, 2, and then on the third shake, another book comes out of it, and he catches it in his right hand, and he hands you the original copy.
What the fuck?
Neat
Did you
trick.
just-
I love seeing that every time.
And then he just leans down into the shelf and puts the book that he just made into the shelf, where that book originally was.
The child in me is now very excited to know that I have the original copy. Thank you.
No, a story such as that is going to be equivalent to fantasy in your world. But
Still.
if you would like, I could channel this portal to take you all somewhere in particular in your world. Anywhere specific.
I think we should go back to where we were. Back in...
Right outside the gate room
I
in
don't
the
think...
in the castle of Algaroth.
We'll describe exactly where this is, coordinates and all.
Well, how about I take you right outside the castle gates then? I necessarily don't want your friend Cratchinose poking around here.
That is very understandable.
Oh, by the way, Josh, I messaged it in chat. I've been trying to attune a rod to this place. Have I been successful?
No, because you've been too busy focusing on talking with the narrator with Grim and Vitalis. You wouldn't have had the time.
Sad
That's
face.
unfortunate.
Poor Cody.
Well, in that case then, Vitalis, you know what to do. And she's going to like jump up, and then you can see her body like shift into a small leather-bound book. If you guys have ever seen Trinity 7,
Yes.
Yeah.
yeah, basically the grimoires in that movie with the chains on them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Grimm's is like a dark blue stained leather book around like a decorated like crystal chain of some kind. And she jumps up, she morphs into her grimoire state, and then Vitalis reaches out and grabs and makes sure to catch the grimoire and places it around his neck.
Wasn't joking when she said she has a living grimoire, did she?
I mean, I don't think anyone would joke about that, to be honest.
Why would she?
She can still hear you all.
That is simultaneously cool and terrifying at the same time.
Are you kidding me? It's fucking incredible.
Well, better not waste any more time. Let's go see what kind of a mess we're walking into.
As we're walking through the portal, I'm gonna look it up and say, do you really want me to shave this off?
Yes!
Why?
Yes, I don't want it picking at mine. I don't want it picking
a
at my
beard?
face.
Oh.
And then
You're-
the 5 of you will exit the portal back to Avalon.
First couple fights.
As we're walking out into the Elgaroth again, I'm gonna be like, what if it's just a mustache?
No.
Not even one of the curly ones the old conquistadors used to wear.
It would look like a pedophile. No.
I'm sorry, you two, but listening to the...
is pedophile.
I'm sorry, but listening to the two of you bicker like this reminds me of Auntie and Uncle when I was a child.
Ugh, it sounds
I
like
almost...
it sounds like
I
me
almost-
and Al, except she's not beating him with a frying pan.
I'm not going to... No offense, Alicia, but the last thing I want is someone like you as my daughter. No offense, though.
I kind of feel like a child now. Not gonna
There,
lie.
little niecey. I'm gonna pat Alicia's head.
Is this what
Anicia?
the dynamic is normally like around here?
No, actually, I've been trying to change my personality. Normally, I would scold them for bickering.
Question, Josh.
Da.
At this point, would I have been able to teleport to the bar in Algaroth?
Yeah, if you wanted to.
Collect some money from what I'm owed.
Oh yeah, right. You guys are owed money since it's been a month.
Yeah,
I'm taking
how much
Squish
did we
with
get?
me.
Okay.
All right. In that case, then I'm gonna need perception rolls from you two.
From us two? Okay.
Actually, time out. Dave, what are you doing?
Well, we're
actually,
at the
what
castle gate, correct?
Yeah, you guys are at the castle gates at the moment. Like, what are you guys gonna do?
We're gonna-
Well, we should probably go see Kratranos and Alamorn.
Yeah, well, actually, I'm gonna send Krasnos a message. Hey, we sorry, I had something in my throat.
We're back.
Yeah, we're back. We'll explain everything when we meet.
Get down in the chambers now.
I think that's a fairly telling tale. Let's go.
Jeez, pushy much?
A little bit.
I do have to say, the entire time I've been trying to stay awake, so I'm gonna have to rewatch this entire VOD.
All right, dude.
It's
all
alright.
good.
It's alright.
We kind of had nothing to do for most
I'm
of it.
so sorry that I have nothing for you guys.
No, you're good. I expected this.
It's just the entire plane of time and this whole situation. It was a lot. I know. I'm sorry.
It's also sort of my fault because I didn't want to include you two.
No, you're fine. Trust me. It makes for a better storytelling. I
So,
like
yeah.
it.
All right. So we're gonna deal with this. Are you taking Vitalis with you? Obviously, maybe.
Obviously.
Okay. So, also for the sake of things, when Grim is not in her person form, she is in her grimoire form around Vitalis's neck. So,
Unless specifically stated to be with someone else.
yes, unless specifically stated to be with somebody else. So, we're going to go ahead and go back into the portal room here. And it's going to be the four of you talking with Krachanos and Alamorn. So you're gonna enter the castle, make your way down into the chambers where Alamorn and Krachanos are there waiting for you guys. The portal is deactivated. And Krachanos just walks up to you guys to be like, you guys really have to stop disappearing in the middle of an adventure like that and then reappearing just randomly here on Avalon again. Seriously, you guys have to stop doing that.
Are we causing disturbances?
No, we lost you the second you entered the plane of time.
Yeah,
You're
we
causing
kind of
any
noticed.
problems.
We noticed, Kratranos. We were able to see the two of you frantically pawing at components.
By the way, thanks for warning us about the vortex storms that are in the plane of time.
Yeah, it would have been nice to know about that ahead of time. I could have prepared something that would prevent this.
Oh my word.
She got tits now.
Wow, thanks, Cody, for bringing that up.
She had them beforehand. They're just more mature now.
Noctis ain't complaining, but shit, man.
God fucking damn it.
She went from barely legal to MILF.
A matter of 6 seconds.
I love this group.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
and technically speaking, Noctis is still a pedophile.
Oh.
Yeah, because he's still like 100 years older.
No, but at least Opal is legal now.
Oh
We're
my.
not
That's true.
Compared to the
Not
beginning of
just-
the adventure when she was in human years 17.
Okay, in Noctis' defense, he was always hesitant until after she was legal.
Yeah. At least he waited.
That sounds bad. Yeah, that sounds really bad.
Oh my god.
Oh,
It does.
Jesus
We're horrible
Christ.
people, and we
Yeah.
Yeah,
understand. this.
don't you just love this group?
God damn it.
I'm so glad I joined. I'm so glad I joined.
Welcome to the group.
Yeah.
I'm glad to have you back, Jen.
Same.
Krachanos is just staring at Opal and Noctis in disbelief. He's like, oh my gods. I seriously didn't know.
Well,
I'm-
learning experience. At least we
was-
didn't die.
I'm personally not complaining about the effects it's had on me, but Opal is complaining about the effects that it's had on me.
Yeah.
I mean, at least in terms of elven years, Noctis is now actually legal himself.
And I think the biggest thing is considering that we don't know exactly how long my race survives. That is a bit of a concern, Miss Flurney. I'm not gonna lie.
Hey, Alicia, actually, speaking of that,
I'm
do you happen to know what the spell Legend Lore does?
Legend lore?
Yes. If I recall, it tells you.
Potentially.
Knowledge
If I
Arcana.
recall,
Let me see here.
I forgot what it does, but I'm pretty sure that could be useful to know. Something about.
Knowledge Arcana, Dave.
Yeah. Okay, sure. I was actually just looking it up.
What level spell is it?
6th.
6th?
Bard level 4.
No. Alicia might have heard of it, but she doesn't know exactly what it does.
I've heard of it before, but if I remember correctly, it's a bit farther than what I'm capable of dealing with, so I don't know its exact uses.
I'm more concerned as for how you managed to pick up another one.
Vitalis is just raving in the back this entire time.
Yes. Hello. You are who?
He leans in. Who's toward the back? Like Alicia or?
I'm in front. I'm always in front. People
Yeah.
in back would probably be Noctis or Opal.
Probably Opal.
He leans in toward Opal and is like, should I introduce myself?
Yeah, considering that we work for him.
If you don't introduce yourself in 5 seconds, I'm introducing you for him.
Okay. Hi, I'm Vitalis.
The squish introduction, I love it.
Right. Nice to meet you, Vital. Did you pull him out of the plane of time? Where the hell did he come from?
So, you remember the legendary 6?
Yeah, my mother's told me about them.
Luna and Celeste's son.
Luna and Celeste. Okay. I'm a man of great knowledge. Okay. It would take it.
If that knowledge is so great, how did you not know about the hurricanes and the sands of time?
Watch it.
Get called out.
I don't understand how 2 women reproduced either, but there he is.
Magic.
If it helps, well, he looks down at the book and is like, "Can I tell him?"
No.
Okay.
Wow.
You know what?
Wow. Attention now.
You know what? From the people that I know of your group, I'm not even gonna ask. I'm not even gonna ask.
Needless to say,
We met God.
a god.
No, God. We met God.
Yeah, I like him a lot better.
You met a god.
No, not a God. I met.
This
Not a
was
god, the
Avalon
god.
talking.
We met the God.
The god. The only one that matters to the 2 of us. Sorry.
The
Guys, I'm religious.
I'm so confused.
We managed to make it to the Akashic records.
Krachenos' eyes immediately open wide. You did what?
And we met God. He
Again,
gave me
we
a
met
book.
we met the narrator.
He gave me a book about robots, whatever that is.
I'll have to read that after you're done.
That's pretty good.
You met us. Wait, how did you get out of the plane of time?
I have no idea. This is a blatant lie.
Portal opened up and we walked through it.
A random portal.
Just a random portal.
Who had the strength and power to open up a portal in the plane of time? So precisely.
God.
God.
It's just a jump to the left.
fucking with him right now.
Oh god.
I'd be doing the same. I'd be so pissed.
I'm waiting for Grim to say something is what I'm doing. I don't know if she wants to be known about or not.
How
I mean,
did?
she said no, and that was about it.
None of this is making sense.
Well, how would knowing the fact that
time
there's
magic.
how would knowing the fact that there's an all true God make sense to anyone who believes there's more than one God?
I
Well,
mean,
if-
I understand that there are multiple tiers of pantheons, yes.
But this
Well-
is the one God.
We met the greater god that is the curator and keeper of the Akashic record.
Really?
AKA God.
And you said his name was the narrator.
Yes, well, that's what he called himself to us, so that's what we assume his name is.
Holy crap, you guys are so bad at lying.
I will have you know, I am spectacular at bluff.
I will have you know I am not lying at any means. I truly believe that this man is God.
Well,
And Noctis is forgetful, so he could have completely forgot about Grim by now.
this conversation is obviously going nowhere. Grim is going to transform and land next to probably Alicia.
No, this was gonna be an obvious bluff. What?
And this is the one I've been waiting for to make her own entrance.
I'm gonna see if I can bluff that what. Nope.
No.
No, you're not.
Definitely
You're not
not.
beating Crotchinos of all people.
No.
Hi, I'm Grim. Your mother would know me, and also May and Al. Send me to any one of them, and I can introduce them to the back of my hand for screwing up this plane.
Vitalis just inches up behind his sister.
This is my younger brother Vitalis. And
I'm just
and hi
hands.
and hi. I was the one that assisted our mothers in order to make him possible. And because I know you're standing there staring at me and studying me. Yes, I am a living grimoire, a tome of ever expanding knowledge. No, you cannot read anything that I have. So don't even think about it.
Keep your hands off, boy.
He's too young for you.
You, obviously, are Onaji's son, Krachinos. You're the one who wants to know about astral stasis. Well, newsflash, your plan is dumb. And you, on the other hand, are not very good at hiding who you are.
That's why he stays locked down here in the basements.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
We don't like to show him off to the general public.
No, because I'm pretty sure the general public wouldn't want one of the gods that literally wiped their pantheon of existence walking around. Alamore's just looking at Grim like, what the fuck?
After all we've told you, you still think this is surprising.
It's us, after all, Almorn, Ratranos. You sent us somewhere, and we came back with something mind-blowing.
Mind
The ADHD kicked in, and we took things.
Mind blowing? Are you kidding me? This is amazing. This is great. This is great. You literally brought back the exact same grimoire that helped the Legendary Six solve everything in the plane.
Well,
She kind of came back of her own free will.
I just wanted to see how this plane ended up. And by the looks of it, it's absolute garbage. What has your mother been doing?
Politics. She got way too involved in politics.
I hate to admit, but Alicia's right. And what, she left you in charge?
Him in charge?
Not,
They don't even let him in charge of the magic school.
not,
Not without supervision.
not technically. And you're the one leading the front against Miss Akamaho. No, I'm the only one who's actually doing something about it. And you think astral stasis is gonna fix it? It's a temporary fix. Being the son of an all-powerful magic god, I would have expected a lot more from you. He's gonna look over to Avalon and he's gonna say, "You have no idea how demoralizing this is. I'm getting talked down by a 10-year-old." And Grim's gonna look back at him and say, "Yeah, real kick in the balls, isn't it?" Anyway, my brother and I came to this plane in order to find out what exactly is going on. Now, unless if you have any other important news or information, we would like to be able to actually sit down and discuss what we're going to be doing next. Do you have any other quests for us, or, you know, some random plane that you want to send us to again? No, I didn't think so. Cool. Now,
I like her.
shall we go? And she's gonna jump back up and turn back into her grimoire form.
Vitalis just catches her, puts her around his neck.
Now I could see why you very much helped out the Six. You are very much blunt and to the point.
Well, people always beat around the bush around things. Somebody has to.
You would get along with William.
If he wasn't in a coma.
If he wasn't in a coma. Oh, poor Will. Well, the two of you, let's go. We have things to discuss. Plans to enact.
The
Anyone
party.
got a ra-
Go ahead, Germany.
Anyone got a straight razor? I don't really plan on shaving with a rapier.
I hand you a dagger.
Alicia, can we go back? Can we go back to the bar? Actually, your office is a pretty good place to where we can actually sit down and talk.
And shave.
Sure, if that's what you'd like. Alamorn, would you like to accompany us or stay down here in the basements?
I think I might need to stay back here and repair his ego. So, yeah, you guys have fun.
Very well. So, Crouchinus, I'm assuming you're going to stay here too.
Yeah.
By the way, where's your mother? I haven't seen her in a couple of days.
She's in Myril talking with Osanya.
Alright. When your mind is in a better place, always join us at the bar. Till then, auf Wiedersehen. I flip and snatch my dagger out of the air and put it back into its scabbard and walk us out.
The rest of the party leaves, and Cratchinos just looks at Alamorn and he goes, "What the fuck just happened?"
We took over, is what happened.
He
Well-
just got verbally bitch smacked.
Grim took over, is what happened.
Knocked this smack back for the first time. That's fun.
All right, so,
Morgan is already sitting in the office eating.
okay. What about...
As well as Squish.
All right, Squish is also in the office. Gotcha. Alrighty, Jen, let me go ahead and give you a token that you can control.
On the way to the bar, Vitalis is like, to be fair, I think she picked up part of that attitude from the mother who originally adopted her, who became a lich.
That would be Luna, correct?
Yeah.
I think I might get along with her. Your reality
Morgan's
have any open spots?
Uh, I mean, they tend to
we-
take to adopting, so maybe.
Hey, hey. Can we talk? Can we finish what's going on in this plane first before we even think about that? Cool. All right. So you guys walk back into the bar. Alice, of course, is going to greet you all at the door.
Oh, I cast youthful appearance on Opal.
Not even me. I'm sitting here with a beard.
Yeah, no, just Opal. Because it's more conspicuous.
Yeah.
You could grow a beard, you're a guy you've been training for a month. She kind
and
of
you're an elf.
aged.
You don't
she-
really visibly change as you age.
Yeah, no, you really don't.
Just
Yeah.
a beard.
Unfortunately for Opal, she had a lot of changes at a very rapid pace.
Yeah, that can't be comfortable.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. So anyway, you guys are gonna walk into the bar. Alice, of course, is going to greet you at the door. She's gonna say, Miss Wainwright, it's so good to see you again. How are you?
Exhausted, as usual.
Busy
Got to
adventuring
see
again?
I got to see Fafnir for a while. Spent a whole month with him. That was fun.
Oh, good. Good to see you saw some of your friends again. Kevin's in the kitchen currently dealing with the lunch rush. I don't know if you have anything for him to do.
Kevin.
Or who is she pointing at?
Like she was pointing in the direction of the kitchen.
Oh. I have no extra uses for Kevin. Just work him as you see fit.
Oh, I am. No need to worry about that. He's a very good worker too.
Good to know. Good to know.
I don't know if you should.
That-
I don't know
Did that
if.
uniform come in yet?
Oh yes, it has, and he's wearing it now.
Beautiful.
I don't know if this is also a like one of your super secret meetings or something, but Morgan and Squish are currently in your office.
I was not expecting them. Last I heard, they should be in Faris at this moment in time. But thank you for letting us know. I think we'll actually be taking our leave. I just came in to see how things were going.
Oh yeah, sure, not a problem. Is there anything I can get you all before you go?
No, that'll be fine.
Okay, no problem. And she's gonna rush back behind the bar and start tending to the customers.
Just fucking vaults over the bar.
Morgan's sitting at the table counting out the split for the profit while eating.
Alicia, I really think we should go see them.
Let's make this brief then. And then we'll head to my role. Okay?
Fair.
Myril?
Yes. You can speak more privately there, without external ears.
Okay.
Remember, we have a whole kingdom for us now. Technically.
Well, your sister does.
So,
Yes. I haven't went.
besides, I think Onaji should probably be informed of recent revelations.
Perhaps if Krachinos doesn't get to her first.
He probably won't. He's too busy recollecting his ego. Anyways.
Mom, the little girl made fun of me.
Tiny penis.
Alright, so you guys are going into the office?
Yeah.
Alright, you guys make your way over into the office and enter the door. And, of course, you see Morgan and Squish just sitting there doing business.
I just want to say Squish looks like fucking hell.
Morgan looks like she's been through the ringer, but looks like she's used to it.
Oh gods. You two
Oh,
look,
hi!
you two look worse than us.
Wow.
Did you have a bad date with a with a boxer?
Metal
Close.
boxer.
You also,
You're not exactly wrong with that, Alicia.
you also see the Squish is rather pale.
You look like you haven't seen the sun in a month.
Mm. Yeah. You're right. Squish need more sun. Squish miss sun.
Yeah. Perhaps you should go get some sun, Squish.
Well, Squish
Hey,
wanted to say
pal.
hi to you. Aw.
Hello, Squish.
Hi.
Oh, Squish.
You-
Been a while.
Squish and
Buddy.
Morgan do happen to notice Vitalis in the back.
Vitalis is again just smiling and waving.
Morgan sees this, looks at Alicia. Seems you've already replaced us.
Temporarily, and not both of you. Just William until he's recovered.
Squish is gonna walk up to the new guy. Hi, I'm Squish.
Hi, I'm Vitalis.
He's holding out his hand.
Vitalis grabs it and shakes it vigorously.
Swish,
think
you
you
also
two-
happen to do notice that he is wearing a small book wrapped around in a very well decorated chain around his neck.
Yes.
How do
this-
you read book? It's so small.
Very carefully?
Accurate.
Yeah,
Hey, there's a
Okay.
mirror. There's a mirror in this room somewhere, right?
yeah.
Over by my writing desk. I hand you a
No.
sharp dagger.
Nope. I pull out a sacrificial knife that I've had bound to me since the beginning of the campaign for some reason.
When you wanted to go into blood magic.
This I don't remember recall ever.
Yeah,
doing
you and
that.
Cody were exploring blood magic.
I don't
And
remember.
Dave.
Fafnir was also looking into it for crafting reasons.
I
Yeah.
don't recall
Everybody looked
remember.
into it.
This
For-
is this is
for
just
sure.
this is now just a regular dagger.
It's. I think it's funny to think it's bound to me for whatever reason.
Yeah. Opal is gonna help you cut the beard off.
Wait, before you cut it off. I'm gonna cast prestidigitation on it to just kind of like make it wave and
Clean it up.
look smooth, look clean. Style it in a few different ways, showing off the opal.
I know you like it, but you're gonna have to cut it off.
It appears that she doesn't like it.
And
Yeah, no
if you
shit.
and if you don't, I'm pretty sure she's going to pin you to the wall and do it for you.
I'll help.
Squish doesn't understand cutting hair.
Squish, you don't have hair.
Is it like peeling
Wait, so
scale?
You're saying that
Doesn't
if
it
I
hurt?
don't, hold on. You're saying if I don't shave, Opal will pin me to the wall.
No, I will pin you to the wall.
And she'll shave you. I mean, alternatively, I could just cast Hold Person on you and, have it be less fun.
Opal's gonna grab the side of your face and just like hold the dagger up and say, "Just hold still, okay?"
This is the most terrifying thing I've ever had to experience in my life. Not even a little bit of stubble or anything, just straight clean.
Nope, all of it.
I prestidigitate some I prestidigitate some shaving cream.
No, ignoring his misfortune. What
Yes.
did you do for the month?
I spent the month with Fafnir.
Furthering a relationship?
I don't know. We didn't really talk much.
Couldn't hear it over the sounds of the fucking anvils.
It was mostly spent at the forge.
No roar of the fire.
Kind of hard to keep a conversation when you have the pinging of 10,000 anvils.
Curious
Constantly.
about this new person. Where did you find him?
This is Vitalis.
Vitalis just
I know.
Morgan.
like looks over and smiles.
Squish,
Morgan's gonna come over.
Squish, do you have detect magic on?
I wouldn't have a reason to now.
Fair enough.
How tall is Vitalis?
Vitalis is about 5'11".
Okay. Morgan's looking up at Vitalis. So, where did they find you?
Vitalis glances over at Alicia.
No, ignore her. You're talking to me.
She gets like this, you might just want to make something up if you can't really think of anything.
Squish is gonna go back to eating and sitting on the desk.
They found me at a library. Why do you ask?
Oh, I know for a fact that's not a complete lie.
That's why I didn't.
Oh,
That's why I didn't ask for a bluff roll.
oh. And which library would this be?
I mean, it's around here. You probably haven't been to it before.
I have spent a very long time traveling this plane. I've seen quite a few libraries. So, would you like to tell me the name of this library?
No, I wouldn't.
I love this.
Might want to watch yourself, Morgan. He's a paladin.
Morgan's just gonna reach up, caress the side of his face. You'll tell me sooner or later.
He sweats when she touches him. He's like, ah!
Brady, you suddenly feel a shock come across your hand. Go ahead and take 17 points of lightning damage.
What the fuck?
What?
Damn. With that sudden jerk of inertia, I would definitely use detect magic.
You are then blinded. just from the book itself. Just from Grim herself. You are blinded.
Squish can't see. Squish can't see.
For about the next minute or so.
Yeah. I should have warned you not to do that, but, well, learning experiences.
Well, I mean, that was pretty cool. Squish has been blind for the last month, so okay with.
Morgan now being shocked by Vitalis and she doesn't know how. That was interesting. Tell me, would you do it more later?
Vitalis gets flustered and like backs up into the wall.
Morgan steps forward to him. Well, now don't run away. We just started to get to know each other.
Vitalis,
Leave
door
the
behind
poor-
you.
Leave the poor boy alone, Morgan.
Morgan.
Let me have my fun.
Morgan, as you're stepping closer to Vitalis, you are then suddenly blown backwards. You trip over the chest behind you, and you land you slam the back of your head on the front part of the sofa. As you feel just a force, a strong force push you backwards. And then Squish and Morgan see Vitalis's grimoire jump off of his neck and then transform into Grim.
As that's
Whoa.
happening, I would snap my fingers, go, Vitalis, why don't you come over here? And I actually just conjure a chair next to me.
Uh, he just like looks between Alicia and Grim.
Grim is going to scowl at Morgan and say, "Hey, hands off my younger brother."
To be fair, I didn't know he had an older sister. He is quite the marvelous specimen.
He just very quickly runs over and sits on the chair.
Listen, I would love to see you all fight, but I'm being shaved. Let's not do this right now.
Hey, careful. Sharp blade here.
That's what I'm saying.
And I'm working on your neck, so stop talking.
What you be?
That's one way to shut him up.
I'm something beyond your mental capabilities.
I'm sorry, that's quite insulting. I do hang out with this idiot, pointing at Noctis.
I'll have you know that idiot is the smartest one of this entire group.
Grim does point at Alicia for that.
Even smarter than me, although I hate to admit it.
His actions show differently.
He's just not as wise.
Yeah, well, at least
Yeah,
at least his power doesn't have a cap.
My power has a cap? Ow!
Sorry. Told you not to talk.
Yours doesn't, mine does.
Hi, I'm Squish.
Grim's gonna look down at you. She's gonna like bend down and like pat your head and say, "Hi, Grim. Hi, Squish. It's nice to meet you. I'm Grim." At least somebody has proper manners.
How did you do that?
Do what exactly?
You were book and now you girl.
Yeah.
Squish confused.
She does like a little jazz hands. She does like a little jazz hand and say, "Magic."
But Squish don't know that spell.
Well, that's because it's not a spell.
Oh. Kind of like Squish can turn on light.
Sort of.
Hmm.
She's gonna stand up. She's gonna stand up and look back over to Morgan and say, "For your information, my name is Grim. I am a living grimoire, a tome of ever expanding knowledge."
Whoa.
So it's safe to suffice that you are the smartest one in the room right now.
I'm the smartest one in this universe right now.
That is a fair point.
She is, without a doubt.
Squish is back to eating.
So,
He
Alicia,
hasn't finished.
I'm assuming this is the rest of your party?
All except for William, who unfortunately is still in a coma back in Paris.
Morgan's now sitting on this chest, cross-legged,
Right. He was the one.
looking over at Vitalis.
Right. He was the one that was struck with the fire, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Interesting. Okay.
They're attending to him, and they said he should live. They're just unsure of how long it's going to take for him to recover.
Not easy process.
It really isn't.
Well, true. Mortals like yourselves taking a full frontal force of true fire. Surprised he's still alive.
Their god is seeing to him.
William Strong.
Grim just looks at you confused. God.
Yes, they
Yeah.
have a kitsune goddess in their midst.
Kitsune God. Oh, no. Kitsunes can't become gods.
Well, in their words, she is a goddess.
Your terminology is so strange.
According to our pantheon, the nine-tailed spirit of Avalon is considered to be one of the lesser deities that completes the pantheon.
That's where the difference is. She is a spirit who is worshipped. She is not a god. There's a difference.
Well, they refer to her as a god.
Damn, superiority complex much?
I don't think
assume
it's on
that's
her
an-
part.
No, I don't think so either. I think it's more or less a flaunting point of theirs.
She is quite sweet, and her children are adorable.
Well,
Yes.
considering for what we've read about this plane, then I mean, yeah, they're definitely flaunting things.
It could be worse.
Oh yeah, definitely. Oh yeah, it definitely could be worse. Definitely could be worse. I mean, May and Al could still be in charge. That would be much worse.
You expect that bumbling idiot to do anything right?
He never did anything right in the first world. I don't expect much of him anymore.
Get this, they left him in charge of an entire city out in the deserts.
What was that city called again?
Extinct.
Rothos, I believe?
Damn, Cody!
Wow.
I mean, you're not.
Squish says extinct. Grim is just gonna look and say, I don't know, mass grave?
That is accurate, however hilarious to think of.
This
When a-
entire time, Vitalis is just looking between Morgan and Grim nervously.
Grim piqued his, or Morgan piqued his interest.
Vitalis, you can speak. You did realize that, right? These are your teammates. These are the people you're going to be working with.
I think
You
I
can
may have
work with
caught
us?
his tongue.
Yes, even if it may be temporary. Meet the newest member of the Wanderers.
Well, he's quite adorable. Much better to look at than William.
You're Paladin, right?
I will shock you again.
Thank
Bold
you.
of you to assume that I won't enjoy that.
And yes, I'm a paladin.
What patron do you follow? If follow patron.
I don't necessarily follow any one person. I just sort of follow
Them.
an ideal.
Oh? What ideal?
Just sort of the idea of being lawful in general.
That's strange, but Squish is okay with that.
Doing the right thing.
And on what scale of doing the right thing are you?
That's very vague.
I don't know, judging by the look of half the party here, you guys aren't very good at following that either.
Nope, not at all.
We all have very differing mindsets on what is right and wrong.
You guys hear a knock at the door.
Morgan's gonna get up and answer it.
I just motioned the door open.
And standing at the door is Kevin in his maid outfit, holding a tray full of mugs of water.
Oh, you are adorable in that.
Thank you.
Why you put on maid outfit?
Thank you,
Yeah.
Miss
Alice
Because
told
that's
me
what
that
Dave
the
ordered.
new Alice told me the new uniform for you came in. I thought I ordered a male's.
No.
I'll speak with the tailor again.
Thank you.
Morgan's gonna take the tray. How many cups are on this tray?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 6.
Bring us another one.
No need.
Are you sure?
I don't eat or drink. I'm fine.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Kevin.
Noctis starts laughing at
Kevin's gonna do like, Kevin's gonna sarcastically do a little curtsy and walk away. Meanwhile, the rest
Kevin.
As he does,
meanwhile,
he does
meanwhile the rest of the bar
Morgan
is like
pats
making
his
fun
head.
of him, like wolf whistling.
As
he
I
does
hear
the
that, I
curtsy,
take a-
Morgan pats his head.
As he does that, I grab a quill and a parchment, and I begin writing a letter to the tailor.
He's gonna go back to the kitchen now. With whatever humility he has left.
Morgan's
feel
gonna
bad
pass
for
out the
Kevin.
water.
And this is your establishment?
I ordered a male waitstaff uniform. Apparently they messed up and gave me a female one. Unfortunately for him, he is lifebound to us.
Like a pact?
Not a pact. More or less, we threatened his life.
It's more or less a squish.
More specifically, he did. I point
Yeah,
at Squish.
not Squish wouldn't say threaten, more like
You
there's
you
no other
took-
word for it.
Morgan's gonna pass
specifically-
out the drinks and go back to the chest.
You specifically cursed the man and told him that he may never speak of a certain situation ever or the curse will activate. And you didn't specify what that curse was.
I believe that's classified as a threat, Squish.
Yeah.
As far
No,
as that
that's
poor boy
curse.
knows as far as that poor boy knows, the second he tries to talk about it, he'll drop dead. Don't worry though, he's paid handsomely. I actually bought his entire life for him.
And then I paid him more.
They beat Squish to punch.
He might be humiliated every single day that he has to wear that damnable uniform, but he has no monetary worries whatsoever. And he's a good worker.
Has he been able to visit his family?
Unfortunately, no. Meisami kind of forbade us from letting him leave this tavern.
He's confined here, Squish.
Then
Vitalis
bring
looks
family
like
here.
Grim and is like, what did we just get involved with?
Vitalis, for the longest of times, for as far back as I can remember, I was possessed by a demon lord. A lot of his evil natures rubbed off on me. And up until about 2 months ago is when I finally was freed of him. I'm 25.
Vitalis, to best describe this group would be considered a moral gray area.
When we said that William, the person that you are replacing, was our moral compass, we weren't joking.
Oh boy.
And you guys
I'm
are
gonna
I've been
put-
chaotic. I've
I'm
been
gonna-
chaotic evil for as long as I can remember.
I'm gonna put my hand on
Until
Opal's hand to stop for
now.
a sec. And I'm just gonna say I sent my mom into imprisonment to torture to death in the middle of a mine way down in Faris.
Grim is gonna look at you like, and you guys are the good guys?
To be
I never s-
fair,
We never said we
she-
were good guys.
To be fair, in his defense, though, she was an awful, horrible woman who was doing experiments on her own people, including her own daughter, and
son.
trying to recreate some of Cycrix's works.
She crazy.
Torture to death was honestly a very light punishment.
I actually plan on going down there and using a new spell I have on her.
Grim is gonna look over to Vitalis and say, Vitalis?
Yes.
What happens on this plane stays on this plane. If mothers hear of any of if mothers hear any of this, it's my ass that's gonna be in trouble, not yours.
They're gonna kill you.
To be fair, Grim, I did ask if you wanted to see what I've seen in this world firsthand.
I trusted my brother's judgment. Well, I brought him here, and well, now I'm going to be paying the price for his indulgence. Oh boy.
Hopefully he indulges
Consequences.
in a few extra things.
Next
consequences.
next time I'm picking the next vacation.
This
You did
vacation?
pick this one.
No.
Oh, this is not a vacation. Trust me.
I found this little vacation for you. You're the one who wanted to be an adventurer, not me.
Fine.
Actually, I'm gonna look over at Morgan and Squish. Do you two think that Hina would be okay with me going down into the mines to look for my mother for a moment?
If I remember correctly, weren't you three banished from Faris?
We were.
Ah,
Not pleased that moment.
Yeah, no.
This
No,
Hina this Hina woman is rather interesting for me. I do kind of want to meet her.
Well, that very well could be arranged.
If you want to go meet her, feel free to do so. Unfortunately, the three of us are going to have to stay behind.
Squish Kid?
Me and Squish, however, are allowed within the city.
And technically, you and Vitalis were never banished from her lands, so...
Well, no, because she doesn't know I exist.
No, she doesn't. She is going to be pissed when she finds out.
I'm gonna go poop real quick. I'll be right back.
Well, you are friends of her father, right?
I'm more acquainted with her father.
Friends is a strong word.
Now, if you wanted to have someone who was a friend of her father, you'd ask Ty.
Yes, and
Okay.
I am not bringing him here.
Okay.
From what I read, that's probably a good idea.
Oh yes, he's dealing with his own things right now.
Or our moms, neither of which want to be bothered.
What was that other one's name?
Oh, he doesn't
Is that
remember. He doesn't remember
the-
anything. He's not coming here either.
Didn't know that.
You lost Squish. But regardless, if you want to meet with not Anaji, Squish can accompany you.
I can also accompany you if you wish.
Judging by the way that you're reacting, I'm assuming that you're working for her.
Yes.
Yeah, more like what's word?
That was their intent on staying back. I did hear them as we left. They did join the Nine.
Yes.
And there are reasons why I did.
I do not blame you. You see strength, and you went for it.
That's
Mm,
not the only reason. William is currently there.
Yes, which is why I chose to leave the two of you there for the last month.
Opal's gonna finish up with Noctis's beard, and she's gonna turn around and sit on the couch and say, "We sort of saw a couple of things that I come to realize that I sort of messed up."
Oh, and what is it that you saw?
At which point in time are you talking about, Opal?
Morgan's gonna try and stealthily activate her thing to talk to whoever it is in the Nine she talks to.
Roll me a stealth roll versus perception rolls.
That's minus 20. I still have the ring active.
So 31.
31.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Opal's not going to see you do it. At least he is, however. And Opal's going to say, "Sorry."
I'm going to stop her as she starts talking. Morgan,
Yes.
I know you're working for them now. What stays within these walls of my office is privy to none.
I'm sorry, but this
And I cast a
deem
spell. I cast a spell on it.
Your dispel doesn't work.
this is something that I deem a threat
You
to
can
them.
dispel magic items.
It doesn't work.
Okay.
This is something I deem needs to happen, Alicia. It's not just for the sake of them, it's for the sake of us.
Eh?
As in me and Squish.
Why?
Squish, did you read our contract?
Yes, Squish read over it quite heavily.
And what happens if treason is...
There is no treason to be had here.
How are we to tell if it's treason or not? It could be a threat to them.
Contract by ideals. That's interesting. May I see that, actually? And Grim holds out her hand.
To the little tile?
Yeah.
I don't think that would be a good idea.
Well, it's either that or I can break it. Your choice.
She's gonna deactivate it and give it to Grim.
She's gonna make it float in front of her. She's gonna open up a few arcane ribbons. Simply deactivating it isn't going to work. And you see it light up again. She's gonna talk into it. So, members of the Nine, nice to meet you. Surely you're listening in on this. Hello, my name is Grim. Yeah, I'd like to have a word with you, especially about your little relationship here with the Wanderers and your little issue that you have around the world. If you don't mind, I'd like to have a little meeting with you, just to meet you, get to know you and such, yeah. Also, a little contract. I can sense it. Clever. Clever, clever, clever. Very clever. And yeah, I know what you're doing. She's gonna deactivate it and just toss it back to Morgan.
Morgan's gonna catch it.
We'll be getting a call from them pretty soon. I'm pretty sure. I'm guaranteeing that.
I expect as much.
Your actions are going to absolutely scare the shit out of them.
Oh, I hope it does.
I just hope. No.
Yeah.
I trust that you know what you're doing.
Oh, I do know what I'm doing. When you're going up against people with as much power and ego as these people have, especially for what I've read, you have to make sure that you get under their skin. And that right there definitely got under their skin.
Just remember, they're infinitesimally more powerful than the 5 of us.
I can wipe them from existence. I'm not scared of them.
Well, I
Alright.
think it's pretty established what our next course of actions is, Squish.
What's that?
I believe we have a meeting to attend to.
Oh, no. No. They are going to go by our terms.
That doesn't
By
really
our
change
terms.
what I said.
You have a meeting to attend to. Possibly they might call you, but you were part of this group first. They
I
want to,
just
if they
did
want
the
to,
job that I was given.
good. And there are loopholes around that decision.
Squish does
Remember
not
what-
understand you, Morrigan.
Remember what I have said to every single one of us who has left this group. Once a wanderer, always a wanderer.
I'm aware of this, and what I'm doing is not just looking out for my best interests.
No, you're scared.
Not just for myself. As Alicia has said, they're infinitesimally stronger than us. As much as I don't agree with everyone in this group, looking at you, Noctis, I am fond of them. And there happens to be one of our group in their care at the moment. I may be evil, but I'm not stupid.
Yeah, you're not stupid, but you do succumb to words very easily. Especially if you're falling for whatever hot garbage they're giving you.
There's a lot of things I don't understand. One of them being magic.
Another being demon lords.
That too.
They're always scheming. They're always up to something. Nothing that they say or do has any benefit to anyone else other than themselves. She said that herself.
Yes, and if you all thought that she was talking about other demon lords and not just herself,
Would be stupid.
precisely.
I saw straight through her. I know she's up to something, I just don't know what it is.
Alicia, everybody's always up to something.
I'm aware. I've been up to stuff my entire life.
I have as well. It's taking advantage of situations is that trying to work them in our favor. I'm trying to do what I can to work things in our favor.
And that's what I respect about you. But did you happen to see the way she recoiled in pain after she used her true fire abilities?
I did.
Something tells me that she doesn't have full control over her own powers. I don't trust Hino, because if she loses control, and the demon inside actually does take over, it will spell doom for us all. She may claim that she's using him, and that she has him under control.
And that is a
She doesn't.
possibility that I have acknowledged.
She
Squish
doesn't.
don't understand.
He's merely letting her think that she has control.
Oh no, she does have control. Using true elements it's very taxing. You see, what you're not understanding about demon lords is that once a demon lord is slain, it's the pure essence of the demonic power of fire she has, correct?
That is correct.
Yes.
Floros is dead. Straight up. He's not coming back. His spirit is gone. Probably rotting in agony right now. It's just the essence, the raw essence of the demonic power of fire is what's residing in her. Her using the ability of true fire is what's causing her to be in immense pain. It is very, very taxing on the body. And
But that would explain her arm.
And yes, it channels through the Faustian burn. Because it is pure demonic power. If she is still a newly appointed demon lord, if I read what she is correctly, she still doesn't understand how powerful she is.
So she's unintentionally holding herself back.
Unconsciously, she's holding herself back.
Perhaps that's a good thing.
Oh, it is. There is a chance that she could lose control of the powers that she has, and yes, it would spell doom for Avalon. None of you would be able to stand a chance.
That is what I fear.
Which is the reason why I want to meet her. I want to see exactly where she is and how powerful she is. Fortunately, that's going to drag everybody involved, especially you, Vitalis. But it's better. The more you know about your enemy, the better.
The better it is.
No, if you know your enemy, you need not fear 100 battles.
Since when was she enemy?
Squish, Everybody's an enemy until proven
Since
otherwise.
the beginning.
Well,
Squish.
according to Krachinos, she's an enemy, and according to her, Krachinos is an enemy.
Exactly.
You're
Two sides.
You're all in a cold war. You're just waiting for each side is just waiting for somebody to throw the first punch.
The question is how to resolve it without conflict.
And that's why
No.
Squish wanted to join in first place.
Demoralization is certainly one. If you could defeat your enemy morally, they'll be useless in combat.
You think you could defeat her? You think you could demoralize her?
I can't.
You can demoralize anyone.
But everyone has a weakness.
Demoralizing her would be a bad idea. She has a lot of attributes from her father.
And the least of which I would assume is a bad temper, as well as bull-headed stubbornity.
Most likely. Most likely has her father's temper with her mother's patience.
How's that work?
But that's a very contradicting statement.
What it is terrifying.
What it is terrifying is true. She can go into a bloodthirsty rage just like her father. However, when it comes to business and scheming, she has the patience of her mother.
Misami has nothing but patience.
Makes me wonder why she ended up with Al.
Opposites attract, I suppose.
Yeah, but that's two extremes right there.
There's still a lot about this world that we don't know. I'm surprised you all didn't even look into it. Being heroes of this plane, I would have expected you all to research as much as possible. Learn the plane in which you live on and how you can help it.
I've spent time traveling plane. Noctis can stay at the books.
I do a lot of crafting.
I spent way too much time in the libraries.
Clearly not enough.
Clearly not. There's never too much.
That kind of makes sense now why Hino spent all of her time learning about Avalon.
Know the
Agreed.
enemy. Well, as I said, when you agreed to come with us, you are going to be an invaluable asset.
I
I'll trust you.
I can point you all in the right direction. However, I don't want to be involved in history. Just like I was with the Six. I can point you all in the right direction. I can give you pointers and tips on how to deal with all of this. But everything is on you.
Give
Squish. If you'll be the instructions, we'll be the tools.
First, give Squish, but Squish has no reason to trust you.
Squish, I have all of the reason in this entire universe to trust this young woman.
And why is that?
We met God.
I snap my fingers and dispel my youthful appearance on Opal.
Both of you do notice that Opal looks a lot older.
See, what we've been doing as part of this past month is gearing up and training in order to go to the plane of time.
Fuck you, Jacob.
You went to Plane of Time?
Yes. Under Kraftrenos' orders.
That forbidden.
It is.
So why do?
Do
Two
you
of us
still
have
plan on
paid.
helping him?
Two of us have paid an incomprehensible price.
And do you still plan on helping him?
Not after what I told him about what he was after.
No.
That's kind of what I was going to be saying.
No.
We were stepping through the plane of time, and we saw a couple of things that made me rethink everything.
Then what is our next course of action?
We need to settle this distrust. One way or the other.
I agree with you
Easier
there.
said than done.
Hopefully in a
Then,
confrontational way.
next, after that, we need to get stronger. If we are to stand any chance against the incursion from the abyss, we're going to need to be strong enough to take on the hero's challenge and break our mortal caps.
And even with that, we could possibly still need assistance from both sides.
Precisely why we need them to stop bickering with each other first. Neither of us are completely in the right here. Kratronos is merely scared. Scared of what they are capable of doing. Don't get me wrong, so am I. But if we have any chance at all, we're going to need the full cooperation of everyone on this plane.
Grim, what do you suggest we do?
What do I suggest you do? First of all, you need to solve this whole quarrel between all of you. You guys are more dysfunctional than the legendary 6 are. Or well, were. Yeah, they definitely had, their quarrels with one another, but in the end they eventually got over it. They were like a family. Whether you're working for the Demon Lord or if you're working for Krachinos, you guys need to make sure that you are putting Avalon first. Not just the heads. Granted, yes, you do take orders from them, but your role is the heroes of Avalon. You are the protectors of this plane. You need to put the plane and its citizens first. Not the world leaders, the citizens first. So, my advice, talk to each other and start trusting each other again, please. In the meantime, I'm going to take a nap.
Enjoy your nap.
And into grimoire form she goes.
Vital just runs over and catches her.
What's
Well-
your thoughts, Vitalis?
I mean, she's right. I've grown up on stories of the 6.
Who in this room hasn't?
Told in different realities just as fervently as it is here. They truly were something special, weren't they?
Well, when you were raised by 2 of them, it's kind of hard to escape.
Albeit they're a messy group, but we still got the job done.
Yes,
While
but
we're sitting here blundering around and failing everyone.
it doesn't seem like you guys are failing everyone. It seems like you're failing each other.
Oh, please tell me this is not going to turn into group therapy.
It
I
kind
mean-
of
Already is.
I mean, to be fair, Morgan, we kind of need it.
I mean, I know you're right, but still.
really sounds like you guys need it.
I feel like we need more than just group therapy. I think we actually individually do need therapy.
Like, I'll be honest. You guys asked for my opinion. The 6 were an absolute mess, but they had each other's backs.
Josh, do you still have that back? Do you still have that therapist on hold?
Absolutely.
I think maybe smart idea.
I think the first thing, at least from an outsider's perspective, would be that you all need to get everything out on the floor and let it go here in this room.
Morgan's gonna toss Alicia the tile Hino gave her.
Catches it.
I think you can assume where that came from.
I look at it.
You see that it has like a small a small flaming 9 on it instead of a white lotus.
Yumari sure works fast.
She really does.
It's almost a perfect copy.
Well, they did inspect mine.
Hmm.
Or Hino's.
Why doesn't that surprise me?
As far as I know, at least from what I heard, the Six didn't keep secrets from each other for very long.
I toss the file back to Morgan.
Goes right back into the bag of holding.
So who go first?
Before we start anything, Squish, I have something for you.
Oh?
Fafnir wanted me to give this to you when I saw you next. I was still debating on whether or not to give it to you, but I think you'll need it. I pull out the massive fucking sword
Yes, it's
out of my bag of holding, and I hand it to you.
Squish grabs hold of it and starts swinging it around.
Just as careful inside. That thing is as long as you are.
Morgan walks up in front of Squish.
Yes.
Give me a best shot.
You sure?
Yes.
Let me double check something.
I will say, when I said we met God, I genuinely was not kidding.
You are not negative energy planar creature or undead creature, are you?
No.
No.
Okay, good. That this won't deal that much damage.
I don't think it hits.
You don't even hit.
Okay. Yeah, that seems about right. I'm not built for combat.
Well,
Well, if anybody should go first, I think it should be us then, considering that we were the greatest defense.
Can Squish go first? He has something he wants to get off his chest.
go
Sure.
right ahead, Squish.
Squish hate kobolds.
Jesus Christ.
Squish.
Uh...
I don't think that's what he meant.
Well, Squish does.
It's a start.
Vitalis
And
just
that's-
nods.
That's
Morgan's
understandable.
just gonna go sit back on the chest.
Considering your past, that makes sense. What do you want to do about it?
Squish don't want to be kobold.
What do you want to be?
Squish don't know anything but kobold.
We'll look into it
We'll help
as a
you.
group.
You no
But
longer
Squish
wish.
feel better.
You no longer wish to be what you are. We'll make you what you want to be.
Why does that scare
Are you
Squish?
against this?
Alicia just gets a pat Squish on the head. Don't let it scare you. I mean no ill will. It's over on the couch. Opal has a point. The three of us are some of the greatest defense of this entire group.
Morgan's gonna walk over, grab Squish, and sit him on his lap, on her lap.
What you do?
Well,
Where should we start?
yeah, where do we start?
Well,
Reese.
the manipulation of time is absolutely, positively, 100% forbidden by the gods, and yet we stepped foot on the plane of time anyways.
I blame Kratos
So-
for that, not you guys.
We agreed to it.
I was
brought it up
eager
in the
for it,
first. We brought it up in the first place and willingly left the two of you out of this.
and I was completely eager to go to the plane of time, with or without.
Not
Mostly,
to mention looking into the past.
I've seen a lot last couple of hours, days.
I'd say it's been almost a full day.
In the last 24 hours, we have seen more of history than any single living person on Earth ever possibly could imagine.
We've
On
also
that
met the
note-
one true God, which was...
I'm ignoring that for now. Alicia, did you get closure? You said you saw the past.
I did.
That's a
Saw
good
them.
thing.
I saw the moments. I saw the very moment of my birth. And the very moment of my parents' death.
Take the good with the bad. No, you were saying Noctis?
We met God. The all
Which one?
true God. The God.
A greater god.
We saw the greater god of. What did he say? Knowledge?
Time, knowledge,
Well, he's not the
everything.
greater god of time.
Not
The-
necessarily time.
The
but-
overseer of everything, basically.
Yeah.
The greater deity that oversees the Akashic records.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Squish,
You know
knowledge.
how-
Squish, knowledge planer.
So,
Yes, sir.
I'm just gonna try to explain it. Do you know how there's history books that explain the history of our plane and things that people know about?
Yes, I know of books.
Imagine a library and a person with books and knowledge about everything in every universe, plane, every possible existence, every possible timeline. And
Squish.
they
That
have a
seems
book.
like a lot for a single person to manage.
Yeah, Squish. Noctis is trying to dumb it down a little bit, but you fully understand like how important this place is.
It's an infinitely ever expanding library that houses and maintains the records of everything that has ever transpired, everything that is currently transpiring, and everything that will ever occur.
Did you
That
Word.
sounds like a lot of possibilities written down.
And
Did
that
you
is
get
exactly
anything
what
out of
there
it?
is. I got a book about robots, whatever
me
that
see.
is.
That's actually a real world.
At
Oh,
first, when they're like explaining it incorrectly, you see Vitalis frantically trying to like figure out where on the book Grimm's ears would be so he could cover them so she's not freaking out about them explaining it wrong.
I'm not wrong that it is an infinitesimally expanding library that houses everything that has ever been, everything that is, and everything that ever will be.
Because that's literally what the Akashic records are.
Once
Yeah,
you
I
explain
actually looked it up
correctly,
earlier
come on.
today just so I knew I didn't make a mistake with it.
You know what funny? I did happen to see a spell called Acacia Commune when looking for spells earlier. I was like, "Huh, that sounds interesting."
Yeah. Squish. Noctis hands you this book. It's literally the entire chronological lore and history of Nier Automata.
Squish
Of
is gonna
course
wanna
it
read
is.
this.
Well, I'll let you borrow it when I'm done with it, but at least it's already on the queue.
Squish shakes his hand. 1, 2, 3, and nothing happens.
Did you just? Never mind. I'm gonna mage hand the book back to me.
And well, that's actually where we met Grimm. Grimm is the one that pulled us out of the plane of time.
Yes, that is why I trust her. She
Well-
saved us.
We would have died in there.
Thank you for saving friends.
Agreed. Don't know if she can hear us.
She
Don't
can.
know if she's asleep.
She must.
Vitalis, in your mind, you hear.
Vaguely can.
She said she was going to take a nap, so I'm assuming she's asleep.
That's what I'm assuming as well.
Well, I'll have to thank her properly later.
Yeah, I'll tell her.
No, Squish will tell her.
You can tell her when she wakes up then.
But that is besides the point now. The matter is that the three of us, at least in the eyes of the gods, have committed possibly one of the worst acts against the entire pantheon that could ever have possibly been.
Isn't the
Committed.
point of this to fix what's wrong with us as a group, not fix what we did wrong? Let's not worry about what we did wrong to the gods. Let's worry about what we've done wrong to each other. We need to fix us first before we can fix Pantheon.
We didn't include you in this. That's what we did wrong.
How
We
is
didn't
that
ask
wrong?
we didn't ask for your input in this. We didn't ask for what your opinion of it was.
You did
didn't
what
even
you believed
take-
was right.
We basically shut you two
Yes.
out after you decided to side with the 9.
You
were
guys
upset.
did what you thought was right.
We were blind.
Squish don't blame you for what you've done.
Neither do I. If the situation was different, say it was Noctis who was burned and not William, I would have left. Whereas Opal, I have a feeling you would have stayed.
I am.
Opal actually blushes a little bit.
Squish would have
Regardless of-
remained regardless.
Regardless of who it was, the only reason that I left was to protect the others who did as well. I would have stayed otherwise.
We all had our reasons for doing what we did. I've made mine clear. And just as Alicia has said, she has made hers clear. I'm not so sure about Squish's reasons, though.
Squish understood why took the action she did. It may not have been pretty, but William is alive, and we are alive. There will be a time when he is better and joins us again, hopefully. But until then, we can continue the fight, if you will.
Something that I wanted to get off my chest for quite some time now. I know I have not made myself out to be the most trustworthy person in this group. I've seen it in all of your faces. All have doubts about me, I'm sure. And I know that you all think that I'm trying to scheme of something greater. But I want to be someone that you all can trust with anything.
Squish, no offense, but Squish think you idiot. You
Alicia,
try too hard. Alicia.
Alicia, you were the first person I trusted with information. And whether or not you knew that is semantics at this point. But you were the first one I trusted with it. And I was one of the few in the beginning you trusted with your shadow. Correct?
That is true.
I have no reason to mistrust you. We do have what we want to keep to ourselves, much like everybody does. But that doesn't stop the fact that we trust each other. Do you feel the same way, Squish?
Yes.
Oh
That's
boy.
why Squish said she idiot. She tried for something she already has.
You've already made great strides to better yourself, Alicia. I mean, it's... You might not be able to see it, but you definitely have.
And your opinion, Noctis?
You've made your intentions fairly clear from the start. Well, for the most part. I myself have no reason to judge you, given I hid so much from you for the longest time.
Well, to be fair, what was hidden from us you was also hidden from you.
There's other things among that. Present thoughts that... Well, that's for another time.
We give Noctis a lot of hard time, but he is smartest amongst us.
Yes. Forgetful, yes, but definitely the smartest.
Not his fault, but,
Side effects from, yeah.
well, as far as known.
Yeah.
Could be forgetful from start.
Could be.
I will say this. In the beginning, I held a lot close to my chest. And for the most part, I've stopped. Aside from Vitalis, everybody here knows what happened to my parents. And what I did to rectify that situation. There's not much else that's changed about me since joining you guys. I may be a little nicer now. A little less standoffish, but either way, I haven't changed much. In my own eyes. And I would like to know what you guys think of me.
I think you're a fairly forthright person who genuinely has no ill intentions towards any of us. To my knowledge, at least.
Squish think good friend, but just friend.
That's okay, Squish.
That's a callback. You probably don't remember what it's a callback to, but it is.
Oh, Morgan gave Squish a heart.
Mm-hmm. The biggest heart he's seen.
I am curious. That's the Opal and Alicia's opinion of you as well.
I am as... Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm doing other things as well. Who are we talking about now?
Morgan.
Morgan? Shit.
We put him on the spot. What's the matter, DM? You weren't prepared?
My mind is elsewhere. Who else needs to give an opinion?
Opal
Me.
and Alicia.
Alicia? I want to hear Alicia's first.
Okay. Morgan.
So that way I can actually
you
pay
were-
attention.
Morgan, you were the first new person in our group that I gave trust to. You entrusted me with the information of what happened to your parents. And in return, I entrusted you with my shadow. You are a good friend, and you are genuinely someone that I believe that I can put my trust in.
Opal.
And your opinion of me, Opal?
I'm gonna be honest, Morgan. I didn't really trust you at first. I heard a lot of bad rumors, especially in New Jamoria, but that was mainly because of the type of government that it was ran. But I mean, yeah, I definitely do trust you, especially now. I mean, you were dragged into the whole situation about protecting me, and you know, God forbid if something happened to me, Maysami would have you, but I don't know. It's kind of like the same how I feel with Alicia. I never really had anybody else in my life besides Onyx. I don't know. I did my I definitely tried to, make sure that we all stick together. And well, I lost my head. I wasn't thinking. And well, here we are now. My honest opinion with all of you guys is like my second family. You protected me, you showed me the world. I mean, how could I not be grateful?
I feel the same way, Opal. After the death of my parents and doing what I did, I was alone. With only revenge to guide me. And then I met you guys. And look at the things we've done. Hell, if it wasn't for you guys, I probably would be dead right now.
I am also quite curious as well. Apart from all the idiot or not idiot or whatever, what are any qualms and or suspicions you've had or have of me?
Noctis, we give you far too much of a hard time. But I never had any reason to really ever distrust you. Never had a reason to doubt you. Ever.
I agree with
You're
Alicia.
you're a good man, and you mean well. You might be a little forgetful, but that is to no fault of your own. You're the
I,
smartest of us all, and when people tell you that you have potential, they're not lying to you. You have the most potential out of all of us to truly be powerful. You could be more powerful than Kratranos himself. So have to put your mind to it. And if you need help, I'll be there for you.
I agree with Alicia. All of the insults and jokes and jabs that you are all in good fun. If I'm being honest, you're sort of like a brother that I wish I had.
Squish jealous of you. You have everyone's attention all the time.
He says as he's sitting in Morgan's.
Listen, Squish, when you're in specifically this position, that attention is not very.
No, not in terms of what I have now. This is because I'm short.
No, I don't mean it like that. I mean, when you're in my position, more than anything, it's not a type of attention you'd want.
People have shown great faith in you, is what I mean. Squish has not had much of that in his life, especially being a Cobalt Oracle.
Well, you've shown the most resolve out of all of us.
Squish had to keep up.
That you have, my friend.
And that just shows how dedicated you are, Squish.
If we were...
We're talking about Noctis now, right?
Yes.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, Opal really doesn't have to do much. She's just gonna, like, lean her head on his shoulder, look up at him and say, "I really need to say anything?"
Nope.
That's enough to shut him up.
I'd imagine there's a voice crack and everything.
That there was. I did say that. Oh, there is. Oh, continue. Sorry.
Go-
Squish.
No, you go ahead.
No, this is. I think this can wait. Trust me.
Okay, I was going to ask Tarzar what's her opinions at the moment. His opinions at the moment. He's been sitting quietly on the sideline listening to our.
Did you just ask? Did you just ask
Vitalis.
Tarzar? It's
Vitalis.
Vitalis.
What did I say?
I'm pretty sure you said
He said
Tarzar.
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 The Technomancer from the 9.
Tells you how good I am with names. Okay, well, whatever your name is,
Vitalis.
Vitalis, how do you feel about the situation you find yourself in?
I mean, did that help you guys?
Honestly, I feel as if all of this was unspoken to begin with.
But sometimes needs to be spoken.
Agreed.
Especially now. There was a bit of mistrust in the air. A bit.
I think
There's a lot of distrust in there, Squish.
It was more people distrusted themselves. I'm talking within group.
To be fair, Squish, a lot of us were on our own for a while.
You don't need to tell Squish that.
Oh, I'm
Squish.
including you in this.
Yes. Squish been alone a long time.
I
Well,
hate that it took us this long to get to this moment. It's just... This is something we should have spoken about a lot sooner.
yeah.
We
Grim-
should have reconfirmed our trust in each other immediately after Osiris.
Yeah.
I agree.
We let that build for too long.
Well, you guys got here eventually.
Yes, we did.
Morgan's just gonna look at everybody. And now to the elephant in the room. Let's get to know Vitalis.
Huh?
Tell us
Well,
about yourself.
Well, there's two elephants in the room, but I'd much rather know about Vitalis first.
Team one beast at a time.
Agreed.
We are actually going to go ahead and let off the session here.
Okay.
What needed to be said was said, and we can pick up next week.
Yeah.
As
the
you
episode
guys,
just ends.
so
The
as you,
episode just ends on Vitalis going, well, I cut Fates Black.
so next week we can go ahead and pick up exactly like right here, but it's first of all it's almost midnight. I have to be up in like 4 hours, so.
Me too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god, you guys.
So
Should've stopped this sooner.
basically, you know, you guys are going to get to know Vitalis a little bit more. We'll talk about it more on the next session. And then we're going to get into the conversation of what you guys are going to be doing next in regards to now that you have a sixth member, not to mention you also have Grim with you now.
What is Vitalis' last name again?
Magora.
Could someone put that in the chat, please?
He didn't tell us his last name yet.
Grim introduced him.
Why Gamora?
Not Gamora, Magora.
Yeah, Magora.
Why Magora?
Who's Magora?
Why
Where's Magora?
Why Magora?
Okay.
It's,
Does Grim
it's,
use the same last name, or does she just go by Grim?
It just goes by Grim. If Dave and Brady, if you remember, Magora was Celeste's last name. Vitalis took Celeste's last name because Luna hated her family.
Fair enough.
Also, the reason why Luna took Celeste's last name when they got married.
Yeah, fair enough.
So, yeah, we'll pick up next week. We'll get to know Vitalis a little bit better now that Jen has a week to completely flush out his character. And then we'll jump right back into the situation of what you guys are going to be doing next. You guys have a week to plan it out, and we will figure it out and see how the story progresses now that you guys actually have a guide to do stuff. So, chat, thank you guys very, very much for watching. I appreciate it. For everybody that stuck around for the 5.5 hours that we've been streaming right now. Thank you for the support. And tune in next week, Thursday, 6:30 Eastern, and see how things are going to go. My name is Silent Spectrum, and I'll see you guys next time.